A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, welcome to the first ever Hearts of Iron 4 Community Clash. And today, I'm not by myself. I'm, of course, joined by the absolutely lovely, the handsome, the beautiful Theresa May. Not the politician, but the streamer. What's up, man?
Doing good, man. I'm sure you're not talking about yourself, though.
I'm, of course, talking about myself, but that doesn't matter! I just want to throw over some good vibes to you. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the first ever Community Clash. Today, we're going to be watching the Smoky Union, my Discord, taking on the Theresa May community, Theresa's Discord. And we're playing a lovely game of Hearts of Oak 2. Of course, one of the most renowned Hearts of Iron 4 multiplayer mods. Oak is always a great mod to play. I told Aura to actually start. Aura, you are allowed to start the lobby, just not the game. Oh shit, we can't talk in. Oh, crap.
No.
And it's not even Aura who's host, it's Ilya. 1 second. Ilya.
Oh my gosh.
Ilya, you can start the lobby. I just meant don't unpause until.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Bad host.
Sorry, he thought he was supposed to keep it on the lobby chat. No, he doesn't have to do that. Just not unpause the game. Man, Hearts of Oak 2 is such a. Like, have you actually ever? Because I didn't even ask before the stream. Have you ever played Hearts of Oak 2?
I haven't. That's the weird thing. So I'm going to be leaning on sort of your knowledge on builds, but I am more than interested in how this game goes.
Fair enough. I mean, my knowledge of builds is pretty limited as well. I've played a few of the majors in some of the multiplayer games, but I can't say I've played it excessively. Like, I know some things here or there. Like, I've played Germany a few times. I've played the UK and a lot of minors. But like, don't ask me what Japan is doing because I have no clue either. But one thing that's beautiful about Oak is that it's a. Oh, this is always a very dangerous thing to say about Hearts of Iron 4 mods, but it's relatively well balanced. Usually the games are more dependent on player skill than they are on random things happening. It's a pretty balanced mod. It's all about Barb, and that's why I love it. Because let's be fair, Barb is usually the most exciting thing about any Hoi 4 game, and Oak does it pretty well.
Yeah, I am looking forward to it. It seems like both sides have tried to place their best players on Germany and Soviets respectively for that. So
yeah, I mean,
we'll see. We'll see.
Well, what is it like for your team? Because you guys, so the Smoking is playing the Allies. We got the TM community on the Axis. Who are your best players, and why are they placed where they are?
To be honest, our best players are probably we slapped our most reliable build player, who is on Japan, to sort of ease up the pressure the Allies will give on the Axis.
Oh, because you have Joao and Keegan, right?
Joao and Keegan are they regularly play Japan on our server and on any other mod we play, so they know what they're doing and have actually practiced for this game, which is surprising.
Good to hear.
And then we stuck a reliable hand, Paul Flower in Italy. He won't do anything crazy, which is exactly what we need.
You need that stable Italian support for the Axis. Yeah.
Stable Italian support, and then we stuck a crazy guy in Germany.
Hey, I mean, what's the worst that could happen?
Exactly. No, we was like, it could go really well, it could go really badly.
So you got.
But it's a fun game.
So you got Ilya Stutz, and who's the guy who's called the Ilya Carey? His name is Coffee.
Oh, it's Coffee.
Oh, his name is just Coffee.
Yes, his name is Coffee.
And he's the nutter you're talking about.
Ilya is a nutter when it comes to builds.
Okay.
And Coffee is there to egg him on.
Fair enough. So we got Coffee to make sure things actually happen, and Ilya's just there going. He's just being the mastermind. He's just going crazy. Yes. And all right, fair enough. That's
yeah. Yeah, and on your side, I know a few of them, but do you want to go talk them through?
Yeah, I mean, I got my one of my mods puppies to make the teams. Puppies also put together the team we had on the tournament a few weeks ago. And he knows who to pick for what things, and we definitely have some interesting names here. Obviously, we have the Soviet Union, which is 3 guys, because in Oak you need a few more hands on the Soviets than you normally would. And we've got Shadow and Konstantin Zweite on the Soviets, along with Grey Warrior. Now, Grey is, not the most inventive or intuitive player, but he's a solid micro when it comes to it. But and 2 more interesting ones are obviously Shadow and Konstantin Zweite. Shadow was part of the and the team that played for World of Blaze last year and actually won the Community Cup tournament. He played mostly the Soviets and Germany in their team. And Shadow is just he's very good at the game. He doesn't have a lot of Oak experience, but when it comes to like the basics, like the micro and even the very basic macro in almost any mod, like he's the guy who can find a lot of faults in mods and find out what you can break to really make the game go. You've got Konstantin Zweite. Now with Konstantin, it's pretty simple. Konstantin has the micro of an 80-year-old man, but his knowledge of builds and his knowledge of this game is just fucking insane. Like this guy will go into any mod and he'll be there for like 10 minutes. He'll spreadsheet it for a bit and he'll just figure out whatever the most broken thing is that you possibly could. And he's also a guy that takes a lot of pride in it. So whenever you play a multiplayer game with him, you'll end up getting humiliated if he's not the guy that's on the offensive. Because on the offensive, he's not that strong. But on the defensive, when he doesn't have to take the initiative, he's insanely strong. And he just has these stupid builds that usually end up getting removed from a mod after he uses them. And he just humiliates you in VC. It's very disturbing. It's very annoying to deal with as well. And then obviously, unfortunately, during the tournament, our team leader was going to be Tommy. My friend Tommy, also known as Bot Bruiser, who's currently playing as the main UK. He was going to be the team leader. He had to drop out because he had some real-life obligations he needed to tend to. And he's currently playing the main UK as well. He's got actual experience playing the UK and Oak as well. He's a very solid player, but his most important thing is that he's a real leader. Like, he's the kind of guy that comes into a lobby, he takes charge, and he makes sure that people actually listen to him and do stuff. And as strong as guys like Shadow and Konstantin Zweite are, people like Tommy are, honestly, I'd argue even more important, because they're the glue for the team. And then obviously we stole Purple from you, and we got Purple playing.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, no problem. We got Purple. What's Purple even playing? I think he's playing Canada. I think he's just vibing. I'm gonna tell you at the start of the game, by the way, because he's 4 minutes late already.
Yep.
Hey, Ilya.
You have to
10 past was 4 minutes ago, so you're free to start.
Yeah, that's
why? I'm struggling.
Alright, game is starting, guys. Alright, and like I said, the game is meant to be played
I
at 5.
lose all my factories.
5.
Oh, yeah.
5.
Oh,
5.
Yeah, I'm not doing instances since it's sometimes.
There you go. Alright. I got it working. There you go. The game is finally live, and we're finally going, boys! And honestly, because I've played and I've watched a lot of like old games from people that know the mod. I don't know about you, but I'm genuinely curious what we're gonna see, because these guys obviously they read some guides, they got some basic info on the mod, but you probably know more than I am, or I do rather. But what are we gonna see from the Germany? Like, do you know which path they're gonna go?
I am expecting something wild, because they're gonna look at things and go, that 10% recruitable population factor, that sounds good.
Yeah, but that's not the kind of thing you want to do in Oak, because it just...
No, it's not, but they'll probably do it.
I mean, I'm genuinely curious if people... Because we gave a lot of pre-game advice as well, like a lot of guys that have played Oak before. And that goes for both teams, because I know that a couple of guys from my Discord last night were hanging out with the guys from your Discord, because we wanted to make sure that the game is balanced, right? So a couple of guys went over and they're like, hey, here's some advice on what to do. And here, I'm looking at my own guys. Like, I got my France player here, who is... I have no idea who it is, because I don't see the name for some reason. Hold on. Mechanics being... Alright, it's Termi. Termi is... he was not very convinced that he would be able to do a lot. And I'm looking at his industry tree right now, and I see he's building medium, heavy, and light tanks. So, that's going to be interesting.
Hey, spreading his load.
Exactly. He's at least going to be prepared to fight every type of armored warfare that World War II could possibly throw at him. But like, I like this, you know. I'm just looking over at the UK, and I know Tommy has actually done a few test games. He's been preparing for this, and it's very solid, very fundamental. Like, you wanna see things like in Oak. You don't want to invest too much in like the early equipment, because you're going to be progressing through the game. So, for example, building like 1935 tanks and stuff like that is not useful. You want to focus, especially early on in the game, you want to focus on things that are going to last you the whole game. So here we have a solid building support equipment, building special equipment, which you need for special forces, by the way, in case you're curious what it's necessary for. Radios, horses, and then a few guns, because he's going to need a few at some point in the game, or at least he has that efficiency on his lines, but he's not over-investing in his factories are things that are going to last the whole game. That's good to see.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Italy, and it's a very similar situation.
Yeah, no, here for them, because I honestly think that in a mod like this, the miners are the most important, just to check up if they listened. And I just spoke to in Czechoslovakia, and I was like, hey, make sure you build equipment that's built to last, and he's building infantry kits. A little unfortunate, but...
yeah, infantry, radio, support, and trucks.
Yeah, it's more so the fact that he has so many factories and infantry equipment. Like, the thing is, it's not a waste, because at some point he's going to get annexed, or half his country is going to get annexed by Germany, which means that a bunch of the equipment's going to go to Germany as well. So I guess Germany gets to enjoy having more guns. I mean...
Yeah. Hey. It's not the worst.
It's not the worst at all. And here we have Romania doing a bunch of everything as well. Like, I don't know if you need all the heavy anti-air and stuff this early on in the game, but on the other hand, it's good to stockpile it, because you're going to want to use it at some point.
Yeah. Japan's going mental on special equipment.
No, but that's worthwhile, because
yeah, it is.
Japan in this mod is... Well, I mean...
Special Forces King.
I say this mod, but it's almost like every version of Hoi 4 you play. You never see Japan going tanks or stuff like that. You see Japan going infantry equipment, obviously, like they're putting a lot in that because they need to get their ground forces ready for the China War. But he's also investing in special equipment to make sure he's got the special forces, the Marines and stuff to go. The only thing that's... I'm not sure if that's entirely the right thing to do is nothing on air. Even though you don't have any advanced aircraft yet. Obviously, you don't want to build fighters because it's just the throw. But, you know, there's still casts. You maybe want to build that. Maybe want to build some. Because he's got carrier cast too from the start of the game. But he also has, or should be... No, he has interwar tax. But, okay. He's researching tax. Fair enough. He actually knows what he's doing. But you want to make sure you get TAC bombers and stuff like that ASAP. Because they're very useful in China.
Yeah.
Manchu to me is a little interesting. Because it doesn't seem like he's going tank Manchu. At least not when I'm looking at his current... research and his current production line, but that might change. But Tank Manchu, no, he's very strong in this.
Yeah, I've heard that. And though from what I've seen of the mod, to get decent tanks, you're pushing more 38, 39.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, right, you want to get decent tanks, but you also just want to have tanks for China. Because China is going to have only infantry, and it's usually only garrison infantry, like the weaker version of the infantry in this mod. As you can see light infantry. In Oak, you've got light infantry, you've got normal infantry, or garrison battalions. And the light and the garrisons they're just a little weaker, right? But they also don't have any AT equipment or whatsoever, so... Tanks are very useful, but on the other hand, you also need to be able to mass them. You need to get a few, because one tank battalion or one tank division is not enough to push 8 infantry divisions off of a tile. And I'm not sure if you know this, but in this mod... The Chinese AI also gets some spawn-ins, and it can get a little wacky over there. Like at some point you'll be facing like 6 or 7 divs a tile. It can get a little, you can get bogged down pretty easily. Here we go. Australia doing anything interesting? No. Seems like Australia is going to be doing infantry this game. Did we actually end up slotting in New Zealand? That's what I'm curious about. I think we did. Yes, we did. It's Herbsy. Yeah, he's gonna have a fun time. I remember playing New Zealand in an Oak 2 game once. It was a very rewarding experience. It was so rewarding that when I got capped by the Japanese in 1941 after doing nothing for 4 in-game years, I ended up being a US co-op. And that was very fun.
Yeah, I'm also just looking around the Allies miners, and Australia seems to be investing in a reasonable amount of infantry equipment.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that's normal in Oak is that you'll be seeing SAF in Canada, as tradition, usually be tank miners, and then Australia kind of gets a choice, like, hey, you can go tanks or special forces, it's either or. New Zealand's kind of the same thing, but New Zealand's really plagued by the fact that they have absolutely no manpower, no industry whatsoever, and then the Raj, or British Far East as it's known in this mod, usually ends up going infantry with spec forces, and they just kind of sit there holding the mountain line as they do in every other mod, but because terrain penalties are way less in Oak, usually this even this front gets decided by tanks. Even though half of it is mountains and stuff, you still get tank combat all around. That's why I like this mod, because tank combat, I don't know like how you feel about it, but to me tank combat is one of the most fun things in the game, and this mod just does it very well.
Yeah, tank combat is great. Back and forth micro and things like that. I feel like in this mod it's more your divisions are much more sort of expendable, but you need to keep moving. Whereas in sort of more vanilla games, tank divisions are so valuable, and you can't really take many risks with them.
Thank you for the 500 bits, Detropat. Much appreciated. And yeah, no, 100%. Like in Oak, losing like 3. Oh, he forgot.
For fuck's sake!
Go to Iran or something real quick. I'm on Iran. If you go to Iraq, we should be fine. I don't think I crashed.
I don't think I crashed either.
If you control click yourself back on the nation that you just clicked on, you unblack flag yourself. Oh, there you go. It's Mark Rover. Yeah, that's our late USA co-op. Unfortunately, he had to drop off his squirrel at the train station.
His girl.
His girl. No, I wouldn't say his girl, you know, because I think it was a little less than that. But all right, look, I don't wanna give her false hope, man. Like maybe she one day, you know, watches your mine broadcast because he's like, oh my god, I was in a Hoi 4 stream, and we end up saying it was his girl when she wasn't, you know.
Oh.
I'd feel bad. I'd feel bad.
Yeah, fair enough.
But yeah, no, like one thing I love about Oak is just in general this mod more so than most others, because you know usually focus trees and like the way the game works, like the fundamentals are like the highlight of the mod. This mod, however, is very much about combat, and combat is just different. It used to be one thing I didn't like about this mod beforehand was that whenever you were fighting, you would lose equipment by the bucket loads, and you ended up only being able to click a few times and then you just be out of equipment. Ever since they fixed that and they made like equipment losses more vanilla, this mod has just been all about clicking. And it's not even, yeah, you can throw away divisions, that too, but it's also that combat's just more vibrant. It's more I actually don't know how to put this.
Dynamic.
Yeah, dynamic. Yeah, exactly. Dynamic. That's the word I was looking for. There isn't as much of the usual invest everything in one area, encircle some divisions and then move on. No, it's like it's going all over. Like it's everywhere. And that makes it, both from a player's perspective and a spectator's perspective, way more fun to be involved in.
And news from Germany, Schacht it is. Yes.
I mean, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I'm not surprised either, but I think I know. That means I know what build he's doing. And it is going to be funny.
Until recently, Schacht was actually hyper meta in Oak. But as far as I understand, I haven't played in the bit myself either. They recently redid Göring, and Göring is now viable as well. In fact, from what I understand, most players that play the mod go Göring these days, but Schacht is just a meme. Well, the lovely thing about Schacht is just it's the ultimate Civ greed. Like right now you see Germany with like, hey, he only has 122 factories. This is pretty vanilla, right? Trust me, by the time he decks on France, he's going to be sitting on like 400 civs and he's going to be enjoying life.
Yes.
And it's going to be disgusting.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to, but we'll wait and see on his military choice, because if he's doing what I think he's doing, he is a legend. It probably isn't the best plan, but it's funny. I believe his plan is Storm of Steel, which is not optimal, but funny.
It might be funny, but if he doesn't go tanks against Germany, or sorry, against France, then I'm afraid this might be a very, very short game.
Oh no, he will be going tanks as well,
okay,
but
good.
Yeah, don't worry.
Well, the Axis, you're not wrong, Detropat. The Axis are definitely very strong in this mod, but it's not axis-sided. It really is just a case of momentum. This mod very much builds on momentum. You'll find that, for example, at some point once Japan joins the game, the UK is going to get a modifier that's, I think it's something along the line... Oh, Lifeline of the Empire, exactly. And... Or not Lifeline of the Empire, sorry. There's multiple ones. There's the North Africa campaign. There will be a modifier for the Asia campaign as well. And based on performance, you actually gain or lose stats. So, for example, if you lose the North African campaign, and you don't control Africa, then the Axis gets bonuses to core attack and defense, or even just normal attack and defense. Sorry, in France and Western Europe. If you win the campaign, then they get debuffs. Same goes for this, for example, the Lifeline of the Empire. If you lose important states like Malta, Cyprus, Cairo, or Aden, you actually lose core attack, and so it will be easier to get invaded. Same goes for the Pacific campaign. If you lose stuff there, then Japan gets bonuses against you in the USA, or against every allied nation. So yeah, that's why I like this mod. It's very dynamic, and it really focuses you or forces you to go for certain targets and actually invest in them to want to keep them permanently, rather than just try to hold them temporarily with the idea of, yeah, it doesn't matter, the US is going to have so much industry anyway, we'll take it back at some point.
And the Spanish Civil War has started.
Oh no. I don't entirely agree with them going for the grinding line, because Oak is not a grind mod.
No, I'm waiting to see if he goes for the entirety of the North, or he is actually going for the grinding line.
Yeah.
Because if he's going for the grinding line, I do have concerns.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
If they get the entire North, and then
go
for a decent push, it could be alright.
It could be. I just got a question from chat. Are there anarchist car lists in this mod? The answer is no. No, there's none involved. And you'll notice that if you go to any of the leaders or any of the nations involved in the Spanish Civil War, check the leaders, they'll have a little trait called reduced grinding, which gives you minus 75% leader experience gain. If you know what grinding is like in Hoi 4, you'll know that that's just damning. It destroys your ability to get any experience. Normally you would get this, or the equivalent of this trait, after getting 2 or 3 traits in your general. So now just right off the bat, you just barely gain XP. And yeah,
and it not only affects the trait gain, it also affects the skill level up as well. So it's really painful.
Cope and see also I am alive.
In general is non-existence. Hey, what's up, Reese? And yeah, no grind indeed. Welcome, welcome to the game, sir. No, it's funny. So the host doesn't have any experience with the Hulk either, but he's like, yeah, we 5-speed until World War II, right? I'm like, yeah. Because one thing is, if you check this is something they did very smart. So you don't have the normal spirit that you would have, where the Spain player or the Spain AI can remove like the spirit that slows everything down. If you go to any of the tiles in Spain right now, just check the local province effects. Because you notice that division speed has been axed, attack has been axed, defense has been axed, and breakthrough has been axed. Just to make sure that the game can run at 5 speed while the SCW goes on. You're finally hungover, yeah. I mean, when aren't you? Exactly. Yeah, it's going to take a minute for all the volunteers to come into Spain, but once the volunteers are in, just like, if you've watched a few BS mod games, the war here actually becomes interesting, because there's actually stuff happening rather than just people right-clicking over a river because they really need engineer, 5 years down the line.
Oh, the Soviets are making a push towards Zaragoza, going for the encirclement of a Spanish division.
Oh, yeah, they are. But they have been... they got pinned down.
They got pinned, but they're still going to get 1 division.
Oh yeah, they've got so much org. Yeah, they're gonna walk into that, and there you go. That is at the very least 1 division done for.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not a big gain, but hey, when it comes to the Spanish Civil War,
a gain is a gain.
Exactly, any small gain can just snowball you down the line. So, not too shabby.
So we got Indian volunteers coming as well. SAF volunteers and Australian volunteers.
Yeah, there's a bunch of nations in this map that can send volunteers. The Axis, I think it's like 5 of the miners and then a few miners in the Allies as well. Oh, they were very quick to liberate Barcelona.
Yes.
And that's a mistake by the Spain player, because he could just draw on a fallback line on one of his ports. He got in the divisions out, but now they are stuck in Girona, and there you go. The Australians are out there for blood.
And more militia divisions dead.
I mean, there's definitely some mistakes here from the Axis, but we knew that was going to happen. A lot of them are not that experienced with the mod. And the players that are facing in the Civil War kind of know what they're doing, so...
Yeah, that's the problem. I'm hoping things remain calm in the Axis, and they focus on what their strengths are. The fact that they should have more volunteers. The fact that the Lend-Lease, I believe they can send more Lend-Lease, or can they send Lend-Lease? Yeah, they can send more. They should be able to send more equipment. They're not. They had all the players in the Civil War are actual players rather than dealing with an AI Spain.
Exactly. That's always one of the major downsides, because you cannot direct the AI, which should give you a good leg up. But also, apparently, the Axis players were struggling with the speed a little, so we turned it down slightly, which would give them a bit of ability to hunker down in this. But no, it's not like the vanilla Civil War where the supply points are necessarily that important. You don't get punished for it that hard. And obviously, like I said, you don't have to hold on to the grinding line, which is a slight mistake, but I think the Axis will be fine. Like, they, for some reason, a lot of their volunteers stuck in the north, but now that they're actually on the line, they're doing a little bit better.
Yeah.
Oh, I just needed a wrapper onto my floor, I'm sorry. Yeah, Reese just said in chat as well. He said, I've seen old games where the Spanish Civil War is more interesting than the actual war. And yeah, no, the Spanish Civil War is genuinely fun to watch. I think that's kind of what we tried to emulate in the BS mod as well. I'm not sure we're quite there yet, because right now it's a bit of a battle royale, but Oak definitely had the right idea about this.
Yeah, it does. The Soviets and the Allied volunteers are making a big push toward near Zaragoza. Oh, all the Axis volunteers are flooding in to
I was about to say, I mean,
counter.
They're definitely giving it a good old college try, but as it stands, I'm looking at the stats on the Spaniards, and I don't think they're going to be breaking that anytime soon. I mean, 9 attack into 190 defense, it's just not going to work. One thing you want to look out for, though, especially in the Allied side, because I know Constantine's right, he's got a fair amount of experience with the mod. One thing that's extremely strong, or used to be extremely strong at the very least in Oak, is heavy RT, and yeah, there you go. So you got the Soviet Mountaineers, and by the way, if you don't know, this is a 30 width mod, so if you're in chat and you're like, hey, why do they have 30 instead of 20 or 40 or whatever, Oak is a 30 width mod, and you see here, he's got Mountaineers with 4 heavy RT. The strength of heavy RT is that it gives you a boatload of soft attack, like a literal boatload. Alright, here, for example, his 11 Mountaineers give him 100, and then his 4 heavy RT give him 113. But heavy RT also gives you knife bonuses for fighting in urban territory. That's why, especially in the Spanish Civil War, because there's a lot of urban territory usually on the the front line, it's so valuable. Like I said, the soft attack, and it all stems from just being willing to put your factories early on into heavy RT.
Yeah,
you know, not building some of the other stuff you might need, and really focusing on the Civil War. And I think that the Soviets,
Germany's doing the same thing. It's got 5 heavy RT.
Good. Yeah, the Soviets currently have 4 in heavy RT, 8 on light, and everything else just on guns and stuff, because they're going to be crapping out infantry for a long time in the game. And oh my god, I just looked at the Soviets, and they only have 1 naval line. Have you seen what they're building? Just one SHBB, the Slava class SHBB, which are building with 16 factories and they only have one queued up. And it's still going to take, or 16 dockyards, it's still going to take them until 1938 to build it.
They're going for that super short bomb.
Mm-hmm.
Because they can't naval anything.
Hmm. They actually do start with a significantly bigger submarine arm than they do in vanilla. I'm noticing he has 70 submarines right now, the Soviets. That's actually pretty
That is, yeah, that is actually pretty that is actually reasonably scary. Though I believe most of them are all sub-1s, so they are very easy to kill. But you still have to deal with it.
Now, most other navies are pretty close to vanilla. It's just that they switched around the templates that you have on your ship. For example, the UK still starts with the same 15 BBs, 5 TVs, 18 CAs, and then 30-something CLs. The number might be slightly different, slightly higher. But they also changed the template so that they all have like the same basic template. It's like either you refit it or you build new ships. It's up to you. Sorry, by the way, guys. I'm just getting some food in because I haven't eaten yet.
Yeah, I've got my food waiting, so I'll let you eat first, and then I'll let you take over again. But yeah, Soviets making a nice push towards Valladolid. It looks like it's going to be successful, but we have the Axis volunteers redeploying.
There you go.
Another push.
Portuguese. They came in just in time.
But yeah, they're also making another push towards Zaragoza. Very close to encircling that.
Yeah, one thing that I can see here from the Axis is that they, at least the Portuguese are using pure infantry bricks. Not very useful. You want to make sure that you have a little bit more of artillery in there, especially now with the artillery rework, because Oak just received an artillery rework, and I just don't want to sleep on that. Like, for example, here as well, let's see, Bulgaria has a pure infantry brick, not that useful. Slovakia, or Czechoslovakia, does have some RD in there, that's good. I wonder, though, what the air balance is like, because I think that's probably where the issues are.
Yeah, the air balance right now...
Well, it seems like the fighter numbers are the same, but the Axis only have... It looks like they don't have any German air, almost.
There's currently 80 German planes.
Should they not have more there? Let me have a look, actually. They only have 74 planes out of 80. Okay, fair enough. Maybe the Axis isn't lent least in the airplanes to the...
Yeah, I think that may be the thing.
Because this is... No, I'm seeing... Italian fighters here. I can see more Italian fighters here. I think the Germans haven't released anything, but the Italians definitely did. Oh, there you go. I just see that the Spaniards just deployed 2 more air wings, and they probably have some in reserve as well. Yep.
There we go. There's all the Italian planes arrived finally.
The Spaniards, for some reason, did not have them deployed, but now they do, and now there's something in yellow air, and I think it'll soon be green as well. Although right now this is
Valladolid has fallen. They're going to take it back, but...
So it has, yeah, but the Soviet instant got bounced. They have no supply there.
Yeah.
And the dangerous thing here is, because you're now in low org, you know, you're open to counterattack. You've got Italian volunteers here, you got Portuguese volunteers. They're currently attacking into one of the Soviets. It's just that... one thing that's a major difference about the Oak Civil War. So normally, when you remove the Spirit, you also gain the attack bonuses, right? Here, though, you constantly have minus 60% in attack, but only minus 30% on defense. So defense is always going to be stronger in this. So you really need to, you know, invest a lot into attacks to make them actually work. And now that the Axis have yellow air, which will soon be green because they're now up to 600 fighters, I don't think the Allies are going to have this much of a comfortable cushion to push with in a moment.
Yeah, but it would be good if there was more CAS available for the Axis.
It would be, but at the very least, once you got green air, you know, you got the bonuses, you got like the division speed and stuff like that. Right now, they're still very much struggling, which I'm surprised by because they do have a significantly higher number of planes than the Allies do. But It might just be a case of them needing to trade it away and then benefiting from the bonuses later on.
Yeah.
And I'm sure if you have a look at Spain that they're getting more Lend-Lease, right? Like, hold on. Nope, they're not getting any more Lend-Lease at the moment, so it might be later. Also, by the way, I'm not sure if you know this, but don't use any pings because people will see that.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, that was actually you.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Alright, in the meantime, we got some people trolling in chat. Very good, very good. As usual, people in the lobby.
Yeah, the usual.
I mean, at the end of the day, we are casting a Horde 4 game, so you know it's kind of expected that people behave the way they normally do. And oh, okay. Just looking at the Japanese Navy, they've decided to invest in carriers, and I'm looking at CV2s here, which are just regular old 60 deck size carriers, and they're pumping them up pretty fast as well. It's only half a year for them to be produced. Gotta love the 10 dockyards and heavy ships.
Yeah, it's such a nice chain.
It's one thing I dislike about most vanilla mods as well, and most people in chat will know as well. I'm a big Navy guy, and I always thought that the 5 dockyards and heavy ships is just kind of weird. I didn't like it because it doesn't allow you to really build heavy ships before they've already become obsolete. And I know my own mod and a few other mods as well, they always increase dockyard size, like 10 or 20. I prefer it because you never, like, when it comes to, like, land equipment, because you build X amount per week, or X amount per day, or whatever, you'll not be waiting until the equipment you've just spent 2 years researching is obsolete before you can actually build it. With Navy, it very much is that way. So whenever mods speed up the process of you being able to get naval technology out, I kind of like it because it actually makes it worthwhile to do it. Rather than only, you know, as you usually do in vanilla, you research passive text and you kind of hope that your refits will do the work for you, right?
Yeah, and then if you're adventurous, you might get 1940 cruisers.
Exactly, that's like the worst you'll do because at the end of the day, the investment's just,
Yeah, the investment just isn't worth it. You'll, like, even as a naval nation, you may get 6.
Exactly. It's just
nice cruisers out by the war, and you're sitting there going, okay, well, this was a lot of work for basically nothing.
Yeah, your scientists just spent the last 3 years trying to develop this new ship, and by the time you deploy it, the enemy navy's already dead, or your navy's already dead, you know? It's just not worth it.
Yes.
Like, there's only one nation where I'd always say it's, or 2 rather, where it always could be worth it, which are the US and Japan, just because they come into the war so late. Like, they actually have that cushion of time, which allows them to invest the time into researching, you know, the naval stuff. But yeah, if you're playing like England or Italy or whatever, usually it's not even worth it because by the time that you actually get the ships out, it's already too late.
Yeah, and for Italy especially, that you're sitting there going, why am I even bothering? I can just build planes.
By the way, I find the US in this very interesting because you actually start with no mills at all. Like he's only building, or rather, he's only building with dockyards right now. I'm just looking through what he's building. Is this the starting queue? It probably has to be, right? Because these things all do progress with no factories assigned. Has he designed anything yet?
It doesn't look like it.
No, most of these things are starting templates, unless I'm not looking at outdated templates. But no, this also.
No, it's all starting.
Okay, okay. What are we researching? US. We got the 105 M2 howitzer, which I think is light RT. Yes, it is. Very cool. He's researching some airplanes and just the usual. All right. He's probably going to go into tanks later, but nothing right now. Right, Mexico is disabled, so is that, so no use in clicking on it. By the way, you know what's funny? Because the AI is disabled. If you go to one of the nations, like Brazil or Mexico, you constantly get the pop-up for the SCW. You actually cannot click it away.
Yeah. Though the SCW is heating up. Zaragoza is under threat. Valladolid has fallen again, but it's going to get bounced back. The supply hub near Salamanca looks like it's going to fall. The Axis are getting pushed back.
Yeah, one thing you want to note, by the way, which is key on why, for example, Valladolid is very important in vanilla, but it's not here. There's actually a railway between Oviedo and Bilbao, which is why normally if you kill Valladolid, you usually kill all the allied supply. in north as well, because they have to supply through through the seas, and there's no supply hubs in between. Here, though, there's also a supply hub in Oviedo, which is why if you take Valladolid, the allies don't, or sorry, the Axis don't insta lose all the supply there, which is why they don't insta lose when they lose Valladolid. I mean, I'm seeing the offensive in the east, but if I'm not mistaken, the Axis has gained some ground up there, and the allies are currently severely undersupplied. So there is an opportunity there for them to actually beat them all the way to Tortosa and actually take over that northeastern part of Spain, which will give them a lot of breathing room.
Well, they did take the railway back to Zaragoza, which significantly helped. But yeah, the west ain't looking too of Spain ain't looking too good.
Nah, but it's kind of expected. I mean, if you look at the terrain as well, it's mostly plains there, so it's very easy combat for. And by the way, it's the AI, like you know, just constantly cycle charging them, whereas the Spanish right now are not in an attack order; they're just kind of vibing. So the AI is wasting a lot of equipment.
There are 5 Soviet volunteers there, and they are breaking across the river again.
True, but what I meant more so is that the Republicans, they're not. You know, they're not using an attack order. They're not constantly wasting their equipment, whereas the AI is. And I've heard about the Aussie naval meta, where you build a bigger fleet than Italy and clap it so the UK doesn't have to. No, but I do know naval Ireland is the thing in this as well. Or wait, hold on, was that Horst? Am I mistaken? Actually,
naval Ireland is Kaiserreich.
Is that Kaiserreich?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, Ireland is dead in this. No, I'm thinking about Horst actually as well, because I think Horst is it too. Or was it Kaiserreich?
Naval Ireland is so much fun.
I mean, the concept to me is pretty weird, but you know, as long as it's fun gameplay, why not?
Yeah, if you there's these games where you play Naval Ireland, then you just go, you know what? An entire faction doesn't matter if you play it correctly. you sit there, you just feel the power.
I mean, why not? What else are you gonna do as Ireland? Just get occupied?
Yeah,
by the
true.
UK,
You lack manpower, but you have actually surprising industry.
Yeah, I mean that's the one nice thing about navies is even if you've got a massive one, it still doesn't take up a lot of manpower. Like for example, if you look at the U.S. right now, the U.S. starts the game with 244 ships, or somewhere near that, and it only costs 140k manpower. So it's pretty doable.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Okay.
Well, the UK starts with
a similar number.
Yeah, and 270k manpower is completely doable for.
170, not 270.
Sorry, 170, but
yeah, no, like the difference in number of ships between the UK and the US is like what, 20 or something. So it's not major.
Yeah.
But then again, Oak is actually not a naval spam mod because they raise the punishments you get for positioning. So if you don't know anything about naval combat, I can explain this in 2 seconds. One navy engages another. How many stats either navy has depends on positioning. If you have shitty positioning, you lose most of your stats. Like you get a 60-70% attack debuff, and so on and so forth. And it is mostly based on a factor that the game applies, which is the size of your navy compared to theirs. Now, in mods that specifically punish positioning a lot, it is usually better to have a smaller navy because the bigger your navy, the more the penalty gets applied unless the opponent's navy is big enough. So you can really screw people out of having any stats on their ships by just sending out tiny task forces. Like, let's say, for example, you def stack 250 ships and you go up against 50 ships of the enemy. You might be like, oh, well, I'm going to clap him because I've got way more ships. But then in this mod, for example, instead of getting the minus 50% attack penalty that you might get in vanilla, you suddenly get like a minus 90 or minus 100% penalty, which means that you're not doing any damage at all. And that just gets you nuked. And yeah, like it. Sorry.
But yeah, in vanilla, position doesn't matter because
the worst. Sorry.
Because the worst the modifier is minus 50, and then you can get admiral traits at that, which
exactly you get skilled tactician, you get plus 25%, and then you get an admiral which has maneuver stats. I think it's maneuver, right? That the stats called.
Yes.
Yeah, so you get maneuver stats in your admiral, which is I think 2.5 or 5% positioning per point.
2.5% per level.
Yeah, but for example, if you're playing the UK, you start with Cunningham, who already has the skilled tactician trait and has 5 maneuver. You negate minus what is it? 37.5% of the positioning penalty. So let's say that you're going up against a navy that is 120 ships less than you. You'll still be fighting without a penalty because you can offset it for the most part.
Yeah.
And it's just disgusting. In this mod, you actually get punished for it, which I kind of like the positioning thing. I think that if Paradox made positioning a little more punishing in vanilla, it would actually encourage people to play with smaller navies. But right now, it's just not punishing enough because you can literally offset the whole thing.
Yeah, I think like if they put the modifier to like 80%, that would be a start at least.
I mean, the other part, you know, if you're looking at it from like, because let's be fair, a lot of their balancing decisions are made based on what the single player required. And if you look at it from a single player perspective, that might make it way too easy for players to cheese
Bigger
like,
fleets.
Yeah. Like for example, you play a minor, like you're playing, let's say Portugal, who starts with a tiny fleet. You add a few submarines, and now every engagement you get into, you can nuke the enemy with your planes just because their ships have a -80, -90% penalty because it's your 20 submarines which can't get targeted going up against their, I don't know, 100 BBs and destroyers and whatever. So
true. Counter argument it currently is that at the moment Navy's so relevant.
yeah, not just that. Also, the AI doesn't tend to def stack, so there's that too.
Yeah.
In the meantime, by the way, Valladolid has been lost and looks like it's being reclaimed right now by the Axis. However, the Allies are definitely using their initiative to pin them down wherever they can. However, it does look like the Spanish divs are about to get pushed back. And there you go. In the meantime,
and Japan declares war on China.
Exactly. But I wouldn't be surprised if the... I mean, the Axis are holding on pretty well in the urban tiles, which is what I'm most surprised by. I thought they were going to lose Zaragoza pretty fast. Zaragoza, however, is still theirs, but the Axis right now is just lacking initiative. They're getting pushed across the river, Valladolid. They actually got pushed a tile away from Valladolid. They're just changing tiles right now wherever they can. And in the meantime...
yeah, they're getting pushed towards Burgos, and I don't think they really have anything to hold it.
Neither do I. In the meantime, Beijing got encircled in record time, and it looks like, you know what? Even if the Axis is being a little disappointing in Spain, the Copro still got them. And they're currently doing God's work. If you're looking at it from the Axis perspective, and they're pushing China in record time, so that's good.
Yeah, they are. They have tank divisions.
Of course they do.
Mm.
By the way, it doesn't really matter if the Axis loses in Spain too much. Like, what happens is the Soviets get 20 factories, which is nice, but it's not the end of the world.
It's not okay.
It's okay.
Yeah, I didn't know how they treated it.
Yeah, no. Spain just gets turned into fascist Spain no matter what. But the Axis the Allies gain 20 factories on the Soviets. 20 mils even, if I'm not mistaken. 20 mils specifically. So it's okay. It's a nice little buff, but it's not the end of the world either. Which I like. It's incentive to try to win it, but
it's not an overpowered incentive.
Exactly.
It's still manageable.
Yeah, it doesn't immediately create an imbalanced situation or anything like that.
Yeah, like a lot of mods go, oh, we got to reward the Soviets for doing so well, and then they forget that the rest of the game has to be played.
Yeah, exactly. But this I like. It's a minor buff. It's nice. It gives you a reason to try to win, but it's not that OP. Also, these Japanese divisions are interesting. So they've got 4 motorized light already, 8 motorized or semi-motorized inf, and then it's 2 mediums and 1 light. I think they probably just got the tanks from like a focus or something.
Yeah, it does look like it.
Are they actually producing any of them? No, they're not. Nah, it just looks like the game.
No, the lights look like they are from the stockpile of lights they start with. And then the mediums look like potentially focus.
No, I think they start with them too.
Oh, they did.
Yeah, I just had to look through all the Japanese focuses, and it doesn't look like they gain mediums from any of those that I'm looking at right now. But it might be one of those things where if the focuses already happen, it removes like the buff.
Yeah, maybe.
But I think they started with it. Oh, right, that's why dump pads. Fair enough. Yeah, dump pads is like a guy used to run the mod that I currently have in my community before us. That James guy, he was a Holy 4 streamer. Some of you might know him. He wanted to have Ireland as an Axis miner because apparently they flew the flag half-mast when Mustache Man died in Germany. I didn't know that.
Oh.
It's actually news to me.
But yeah, this Japanese push seems very, well, actually, reasonably swift.
Yeah, and oof. I'm just looking at Spain in the meantime, and Spain is actually changing quite fast now. The Axis, while we were looking at China, has been able to push multiple tiles past Valladolid, and the Spanish lines are just there. They're very thin right now. They're very thin. I'm looking at 1-2 divs per line and or per tile in some very critical locations. And the Soviet Mountaineers, especially the ones that we highlighted at the very start of the game, the ones with the heavy RT, they're doing the most work right now, and they're actually about to get into 1 tile's reach of the coastline. We might very well see Spain get cut off right now. Like we said before, cutting off Spain is not going to dictate the game, but it's definitely going to give them a nice little bonus, and they're trying right now. And there you go, they're 1 tile away from getting to the coastline. Now the Germans were actually able to get divisions in, but they were deorged.
The old force attacks Soviet Mountaineers.
Yep, they got instantly deorged by the Soviet Mountaineers. However, the Italians, are they going to get there sooner? It's going to be 2 days and 20
yeah,
20
they're going to
hours.
get there sooner, but...
Yep.
Will they be able to hold? And also the fact that the Soviets are pushing from another tile.
Oh, and there you
they
go.
Can go around.
And actually, the fact that they're not there yet is not going to screw them over. However, the Soviets, yeah, they saw their mistake there, but the Spanish instantly responded by pinning them down as well. And now you've got a cushion of 2 German and 2 African divs holding that tile, or sorry, 2 Italian divs.
Yeah, but the African divs are about to get deorged.
No, we got the old double combat, and there you go. They got reinforcement out of the tile, and here we have the Soviets about to find their way to the coastline of northern Spain. And yeah, Spain is struggling right now, especially because, well, okay, they've got the Soviets pinned. They're taking back a tile, the Germans are. But it looks like the AI is very much still responding to things, and they managed to get a division in there in time. That kind of slows down the Germans, and we might find ourselves with the Soviets on the coastline in a second.
Yep. And we have them on the coastline.
And there you go. Well done to the Soviets. Fair play.
Yeah.
Fair play. That's well done. Now, obviously, the Axis divs in the east aren't going to die immediately, but they no longer have a direct line of supply because that was the only railroad. However, if Spain pins in this group, they might actually take back this tile. The Italians or the Spanish are currently moving in from the east. They're about to get it. No, they got clicked themselves. There you go.
Oh, no, the Spanish bank opened up the line.
Very well done. And now you see that the attrition stats on all these divs in the east immediately disappears because now they've got a direct line of connection again, so they're not reliant on supply by the ocean, therefore.
But the Allied volunteers are making a push towards Bilbao, and could be dangerous.
I mean, the most important thing for them is to cut off the supply in the east, right? Because that makes it way easy for them to be able to actually destroy the Spanish. If they manage to take out Bilbao, that's not just their direct line of supply gone with the railway, but there's also a port gone. And with only 1 div in that town, that's dangerous. That's dangerous.
It is dangerous, but the Axis are making a big counterattack.
They are, and they've got green air. Like I said, it's going to take them a while to grind down the Allied Air Force or the Republican Air Force, but they actually have it down now. And with green air, they might actually be able to do some stuff here. Just having a look around. Oh, yeah, I see
Soviets are force attacking back to break the supply lines.
They're about to break it, but I wouldn't be surprised they instantly get clicked off again.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, if you're seeing this, we got Czechoslovakians and Romanians moving in from the east of Burgos, and the AI has decided this is the perfect time for me to shuffle all my divisions around. I think it's because the lines got broke and they now have 2 separate orders, so they're moving out. This might actually be the opportunity for the Axis to just try and beeline it to Valladolid and hopefully cut off a lot of these Allied forces. They're not moving yet, but that's also because that Spanish... Oh, there you go. They're moving into Burgos. They're moving into the tile south of it as well. And in the meantime, the tile in the north has been reclaimed, and the Axis is currently moving into it as well. They'll be the owners of that tile again within a second. However, they are getting pushed in from the other sides.
Yeah.
They have to get lucky.
It is very back and forth. If they take Burgos, that screws over a lot of the supply in the area.
Well, they're about to move in. It's 9 hours left until the Czechoslovakians take Burgos, and there you go. They now own Burgos. And if you pay attention to all the Allied divisions, suddenly they all got these nice little boxes right next to their right next to the pictures, which means they are out of supply. And this, ladies and gentlemen, might once again become a struggle for them. Oh, look at the Soviets are out of supply. They're taking attrition. The Rajas, the Australians are. They're frantically moving back to the south now because they can see the gap that's being created at Valladolid right now.
Yeah, the Australians and the Indians are planning for a push onto Burgos, and it looks like they're going to retake it.
I mean, yeah, we've got these divisions getting attacked from all angles. They have absolutely no The problem is because they don't own the railroad tile northeast of Burgos, they still don't have any supply in this area, so they have no org, no stats, and yeah. It was a nice attempt, but they really should have broken the South Africans. They're about to break them, but, you know, it's too little too late.
Yeah.
In the meantime, I'm going to have a look over at Japan, and here we go. We got a nice little naval invasion of Shanghai. We are seeing the Marines that we promised you guys would be there. And, ooh, the Chinese are struggling for supply all around the borders. What you'll notice now, though, if you tag over to Japan, by the way, is that there are so many Chinese divisions. And trust me, the AI didn't build these. These are all spawn-ins. It's so many of them.
Looks beautiful.
Alright, the AI China right now has 180 divisions. So let's see what the next two waves of spawn-ins will do for them.
I'm assuming it will do wonderful things.
What it'll do is give the Japan players a headache. That's one thing I'm sure of. Whether or not the allies are gonna benefit much from it, we'll find out later on in the game. I mean, one thing it does do is it forces the oh, here you go. By the way, the Axis made a nice little gain. They managed to push to the ocean in the east, and they are about to move into Tortosa. So they might actually clear out Barcelona, which will give them a lot of valuable divisions.
Yeah, they have Barcelona encircled, and if they clear this out, that would be... It's a lot of industry.
Well, not just that, but it's also just the fact that they have divisions hold up there that they really want to have on that southern line, and the more they get out, the better. I'm wondering, have we started lent leasing the Spanish yet? Are we lent leasing anything new? No, we're not. Probably a limit thing. Neither side is currently lent leasing their Spain.
Yeah, so and it looks like the nationalists are really suffering. Low equipment on a lot of their divisions.
Is it low equipment or low manpower? Because it's about average strength, right? Which might also be manpower.
He's missing 9,000 guns, 2,000 horses.
Yeah, but if you
and
hover...
he was also missing manpower. It's both.
Yeah. I was about to say, if you hover over a lot of those divisions, they're like 50%, 65% current manpower. So
yeah, and then there's some of them which are 100% manpower and missing equipment. So it's a real mixed bag.
Yeah, just losing all those states like Valladolid and whatnot. That's like 800k manpower you're missing out. Then you've got Burgos, another 800k. It's pretty painful. pretty painful. Wait, did they lose a crucial supply up somewhere? Because looking at a lot of attrition in those divisions near Bilbao, which I'm surprised by because it's the capital.
Bilbao? No. What they need... The thing is, they don't have their supply connection to Zaragoza.
Don't they? Because they got the railroad, right?
Yeah, but the railroad goes directly north to Bilbao and then to Zaragoza. There's that one interchange near Burgos.
Yeah, they literally need the one tile that's east of Burgos. Oh, that's a pain.
Yeah, and that is seriously hurting them. If they need to build another railway to go around,
I mean,
if they do, they can clear up. Yeah, it's a one-tile railway, but that one-tile railway will allow them to clear up Catalonia and secure Zaragoza. And
the problem is, I'm looking at Spain's construction tree right now, and or queue rather. All he's doing is repairing. He really needs to build a railway in or near Bilbao. He could literally just build the one tile, make it a level 1 railway, and that gives him supply in the east. But right now, they're struggling in the east.
Not anymore. The Russians are pushing.
Ooh.
So it'll be... Well, it's now going to be it has to be 2 tiles, but... And if the Russians stop, what I thought they were doing.
Nah,
they're going to push along with Zaragoza and kill all this.
I mean, in the meantime, by the way, they are making gains in the east because they did just encircle 5 Republican divisions, and they're very close to getting to Barca now. So there's definitely still opportunities there. On the other hand, however, the AI has been let loose from Barca, and they might just make Tortosa's, or rather the divisions in Tortosa stay that are just untenable. Because they're going to be able to push from the east, from an area where they do have supply, unless the Spanish are able to micro-division into Barca while the AI leaves it. Also, message from chat. I asked a Spain player before the game if he practiced. He said it wasn't his style. Well, there you go.
That sounds like my team, unfortunately.
Because I know the Soviets have definitely practiced. They've been practicing for the last 2 days since they found out they were playing the Allies.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Oh boy.
Well, no. See, this is actually meta, right? if you're asked, why did you lose? Were you unprepared or are you shit at the game? You can just go, nah, I'm good at the game.
I was unprepared. Yeah,
I was unprepared. Yeah.
Genius. It is a genius plan.
By the way, have you been able to eat yet?
No, I'm going to eat now.
Yes. Please do eat so I can go to the bathroom at some point.
All right, I will be back in a bit.
You do that. All right. So, I mean, it's nice to see the Axis developing this little salient in the east. Like, they're doing well. And if they're able to clear this out, it doesn't necessarily have to be over for them yet. But the Russians are putting a lot of pressure on them. And if this breakthrough is able to get into this Tal in Navarra, they'll be able to cut off this whole front because there's no port here. Which means all these divisions will just slowly run out of supply and it'll be over. And have you started playing Oak 2? Not necessarily, but we're doing a server v server and before the game. So the thing is, you guys know I love Hearts of Iron 4 content, but I don't always enjoy playing it as much as I like talking about it. So over the past few weeks, Teresa and I have been collaborating, and we've been trying to get this thing off the ground where, at the very least once a month, our servers are going to play a game against each other. And in the past few weeks, some of our players have played on his server, playing his mod. Some of my players, some of his players have been playing on my server, playing our mod. And we were like, you know what? If we're going to do this, we're going to do this on neutral ground. Today is a test run. Because I want to do more community clashes. I want to make community clashes a new thing. There's not enough Hearts of Iron 4 content that isn't just, you know, a random game being hosted somewhere. I want to make it more competitive. I want to grab servers from all over the world and have them compete against each other. Today is kind of a proof of concept of, you know, how it would work and you know, also getting more casting content that doesn't necessarily require the tournament going on. And like I said, oh, by the way, let's go. This is what I was looking for. The Spanish were paying attention. We saw the AI move out of Barcelona, and there you go. They took over Barcelona. Now, these guys have no supply. They're going to be dead in a second. But on the other hand, the Republican AI isn't stupid. Tortosa is almost empty. They're trying to retreat out of it. And this division is about to get reinforcement out of it. And there you go. Now, suddenly, these divisions have supply again. And it might make them struggle. However, it looks like they stacked enough soft attack into this. Doesn't look like the AI is going to reinforce it. So we're still going to see a nice little encirclement here of all these divisions. And once they've cleared up Girona and these few areas over here, they'll be able to send more divs over here. That might still help them. Because like I said, the Oak Spanish Civil War is not the same as vanilla. They could technically still bounce back from this. The Axis is enjoying an air of advantage. They've got more airplanes. All the allies have right now is fighters. They've still got support planes and bombers. So there's more CAS on this end as well. And you know how strong CAS is in Hoi 4, right guys? Like CAS is king. However, them losing 3 divs here to getting encircled by the Soviets is painful. Spain right now cannot suffer any more encirclements. If they lose this tile, if they lose Bilbao, it probably is over for them. That's a very good question. Because it's Tommy, I assume he went appeasement because it's a normal route. He hasn't done anything yet because there hasn't been an Anschluss. I think you don't go appeasement or thingy until Germany Anschluss is right, so. You're playing Battlefield in Ankara? Oh, well, I mean, that's something to do as well. Hey, what's up, my man? It's N7 Constantine. Everybody in the YouTube comments, do me a favor. If you're watching this at any point in time, the timestamp is 1:27:14, and I want you to say, N7 Constantine, you are a hot man, a good-looking man. He's my homie, and he's good-looking. He's Greek, you know? Like Greek men, they're always like husky and like cool and strong. So the thing is, if you think he's not hot and you're gonna comment something, you know, edgy like, oh, N7 Constantine is not a good looking man, he'll beat you up. There you go. Thank you for the follow, Sun Mingo, and thank you for the bits, Reese.
N7 cope and seethe less than 3.
Oh yeah, let's have a look at the budget. Let's see how Tommy's doing. So my guy Tommy's currently playing, and he's got 2.7 billion to spend, and he's 3.2 billion in debt to the US. There you go. That's how you play the UK in this game. Alright. Hold on, I'm gonna go over to the Allies channel and ask him how he's doing. Has he gone free trade? He has gone free trade, yet. Alright.
That makes more sense, my friend. That makes more sense.
Hey, Tommy.
Yeah?
Chad is complaining that you're not in debt enough. What do you have to say about this? You need to loan more from the US.
More debt. More debt. More debt.
Or
Buy
debt.
more of my shit.
Yeah, not the UK way.
So
I mean, yeah, that's very true. Even this day.
I've been told that you should be 30 billion in debt. What is your response to this?
Let's just respond to the allegations.
There is a
Oh,
huge
man.
inflation, sir, in this and nowadays, you know, and we need to be responsive, like, you know.
Okay, fair enough.
Well-
Don't forget to click additional funding for the next project, sir. Fund that.
Yes, sir.
Fund that baby. Nice. Alright, so we just spoke to the UK. Apparently they disagree with the chat. They don't feel like they should be in debt this much. I think we're gonna see way more loans from Tommy down the line, but oh, there you go. He's already borrowed more money. There you go. He's already borrowed another 200 million. So there we go. Debt is coming in, boys. Debt is coming in. Thing is, though, right now, his debt is not going to be that bad because he's not building any mills. He's only building civs. Whenever you build civs in the UK, it actually gives you more money to spend. It gives you more revenue. But later on, that's gonna hurt you a lot. He might be building tanks at some point. Right now, all we're seeing is research in technology and plane cannons and depth charge throwers. And rocket artillery. Very nice, very nice. God, I just clicked in the artillery tab and it just slowed down my game. So if you're wondering, Oak just got an artillery update and there is a lot of new stuff to look at. Alright, let's have a look at everybody's research in the meantime. So, expected Soviets going air because this is not a no air Soviets mod. However, whenever you click on stuff, it is guaranteed to lag you out. There you go, they're going for the Yak 1 line. I assume Tommy's going to be doing the same with the bottom fighter line on the UK as well. Yeah, he's going Hurricanes, so that's the bottom line because the top line is Spitfires if I'm not mistaken. There you go. Going Hurricanes into Typhoons, Tempest, Meteor. Very good, very good. And let's have a look at our little miners. So what is Czechoslovakia doing? Has he listened to me? Yes, he has. He's going for radios, which he shouldn't be because he can't do Doctrine as a miner right now anyway. Or he shouldn't because he's going to lose it. And he's already building light tanks. Not bad, not bad. Not bad at all. Nah, he knows about the tanks. He's going to be starting the tanks soon.
Schmokes.
Yeah?
Is exactly what I feared for Germany.
Oh no.
This is going to be very entertaining.
Well, I mean, he's researching tank radios, so he's not ignoring it completely.
Oh no, he's not ignoring tanks. It's just he is going a very interesting build.
Yeah, he should be researching medium chassis 40 by now. That's questionable. Andy, I mean, wait, no, 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 no. You went SFP.
Yeah.
Okay, that's an interesting choice.
No, Schmo, I did tell you that this build would be interesting.
I have not seen an SFP Germany in Oak since Grisha tried to do infantry only Germany and lost.
Yeah.
You know what the worst thing is? Have you seen Soviet Doctrine? Because those guys are 2 tiers down. Mobile warfare. And oh, by the way, in the meantime, I'm so very sorry about this, guys, but we did miss some action in the Spanish Civil War. The Axis were able to cut off Bilbao. Currently, Bilbao, or sorry, the Allies were able to cut off Bilbao. Bilbao is currently held by the Allies, which means that Barcelona is now the capital, and the only supply coming in from the west is being traded in through the sea, which means that they have less supply available in total. And it seems like all the volunteers, except for 1 Italian, or no, 2 Italians and 2 Germans are still cut off in the west. If I were them, I'd probably start moving out to the east because the Spanish capital is now Barcelona. Germany has gone shacked, by the way, in case you were wondering. In the meantime, let's have a look over at our local Civil War thing going on in Japan. Not a Civil War, sorry, just a war. And Japan is actually progressing nicely. They still have the Shanghai invasion. They're about to link it up at Hefei or Nanjing. I think they're trying to push into the town next to Nanjing. And I think Japan is actually progressing nicely. I mean, they have taken quite a few casualties, 200k, but they're going up against 2 million Chinese casualties. So it's not like the Chinese haven't lost some stuff as well. I'm not going to turn on song requests for this, I'm sorry, because I need to be able to upload this to YouTube. So no songs today.
Yeah, also, Japanese haven't started doing their operations like Consolidated Alliance. So
They haven't?
They haven't done Consolidated Alliance.
That is
So
interesting.
they've done all this pushing without it.
I mean,
I think what they're going to plan on doing is push out to near the Wuhan area and then use it, Consolidated Alliance then. Because they have experience knowing that the supply, particularly in that area, is pretty poor.
no.
So they're saving particularly the supply consumption reduction.
Yeah, it might be that they're just waiting until they can just snowball it out of control so that they get a faster war.
Yeah.
Or a faster conclusion to the war. And in the meantime, Pamplona got cut off. That's another two Spanish divisions that are unfortunately now very much food for the sharks, the Soviet sharks that is. But I do have to say, I'm surprised that the Allied tempo isn't a little higher, but that might also be the fact that the game speed is a little slower.
Yeah. I think the Axis have acknowledged at this point that they're probably going to lose, but they're trying to deny the Soviets for as long as possible.
Now that's good, because as we established earlier, grinding isn't really a thing in this mod, so extending the war doesn't risk that you're giving away traits and stuff to the enemy. So yeah, not denying those extra factories to the Soviets for as long as possible is very smart. As for Rift has gone with the Civ path, if I'm not mistaken. He went he went Neutrality Act and got all the Civ focuses down here. Because this, if I'm not mistaken, gives you... Where's this the mill path, actually? No, this might be the mill path. I'm not sure. You see, I've never played US before, so... But yeah, no, he actually practiced this a bit. I think he got some advice from people that play Oak as well, because he wanted to make sure what the best path was for the US. But yeah, he did not go rally under a common cause. No, he went Neutrality Act, and I think he got a good amount of civs from doing this. And then here he's done some land doctrine reductions. He got the plane reduction. So yeah, mill path to the 3. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, that's what I thought, but wasn't sure. Yeah, it's not a massive. Yeah, no, it's not a massive buff to the Soviets, because either way, if Spain loses, they get turned into nationalist Spain. It doesn't matter if they win or lose. But if Spain loses, it gives 20 mils to the Soviets. So that's obviously why you don't want to lose on purpose. And oh, look at that! The Americans actually have mills now. He's built 2 mills, or he's gotten 2 mills from somewhere. Also, if you want to see something disgusting, Teresa, just look at the UK or US construction 3. Or construction Q, rather.
Yeah, I was just looking at it and I was going, ooh.
That's the thing, it's normal.
That tickles my fancy. The sheer amount of civs.
I mean, it's not just the amount of civs that he's building with at the same time. It's also the 40 or 50 civs per region, right? It's disgusting. But yeah, it's normal for the US to reach something like 800 to 1,000 civs during war started like 41. Yeah. But it's not that big, because the Germans and whatnot, they get... Oh, no. Why? Is this something I'm missing? I don't remember, actually. I thought you didn't build refineries in Oak this early if you're playing Germany, but...
Yeah,
Oh, no, wait, it's for Shaq's 4-year plan. No, it's for the 4-year plan. You actually do it.
Yeah, no, but they need to do it this early.
They're doing it a year too early, yeah. This is kind of a mistake from Germany, because they have another 2 years, 730 days, to get all the requirements for Shaq's 4-year plan, which is build 10 oil refineries, 10 rubber refineries, 1,900 fighters, and 550 CAS. And yeah, they should have done this a little later, but... Have they done the rubber focuses? That's a very good question. Yeah, they have. Synthetic oil refineries and synthetic rubber refineries. They did do that. Also, you know, one thing that's funny, Teresa, you used to have this thing in Oak where if you're playing Germany, if you used to go German war economy, which was already available in like 38, but you did it too early, which is 38. You used to get this massive debuff where your economy would just get destroyed. Whereas now they actually they put a noob fail safe on it, and they now only allow you to do mobilize the Reich, which gives you war economy after the 20th of April 39.
That sounds like a serious sort of noob trap.
Yeah, it was. And yeah, you're right, Constant. They don't have the... So there's a massive bonus to building refineries in Oak if you get either of the two designers that you can find in the center of their industrial tree under Fund IG Farben's efforts. And they took neither of them, so they don't get any bonuses for building refineries yet, which makes it even worse that they're doing it right now.
Yeah.
Also, I don't agree with not taking the rest of their Spanish focuses and instead them grabbing artillery bonuses. That's kind of a waste.
Yep.
They also haven't done Prepare the Kriegsmarine yet. They haven't done Luftwaffe expansion, which gives you victory through air power, which makes all your airplanes cheaper as well, at the cost of 5% consumer goods for 180 days. They do get out of completely because I thought you had to do them manually anyway. Yeah, that's the whole point. They don't get anything if they don't do it right now, so... Yeah, bypass fair. But that's why I'm saying, like, them doing Krupp Stahl right now, not the best. You probably should be doing the Spanish focuses to get the doctrine reductions, or you do Prepare the Kriegsmarine and grab Luftwaffe expansion and stuff like that.
I've just realised why the Spain isn't doing so well.
Why?
He's only just done equipment shipments.
Wait, so you're telling me that he never got the extra equipment?
No.
Deary me. Deary
Yeah,
me.
that's 600 tanks and 600 trucks. And 2 tank divisions.
Oh dear. Yeah, that's not...
That's really, really not good.
Nope. Yeah, like, I think he did break the Reds pretty early on, though. Still, it's... Yeah, but like right now this is what I don't get. Germany's currently feeling the Blitz, which is like war bonuses. Oh yeah, he's going for the recruitable pop. No! No! Why are you grabbing this right now? I don't even have the PP for it. Okay, you do have the PP, but shit. Oh no, yeah, remember, one thing that you want to do early on as Germany is you want to research rocket arty, which you actually get, or experimental rockets, which you get a bonus for. Or was it rocket arty? I don't remember.
No, experimental rockets.
Yeah, and then you actually get an extra research slots in 20 mils, and they didn't do that either.
Yeah, and extra cost reduction of fighters.
Yep.
But that's rocket engines. But
nah, Consta, don't sell yourself short. Consta in chat, he actually has played a lot of Oak games. Like, he used to, I think he has like 1,000 hours in Oak multiplayer, like no joke. And I've played Germany with him a few times. I've played UK with him. He knows his stuff. Like he's humble. He's like, oh, dude, I'm not expert, but he knows his stuff. He's pretty good. We won a game as Germany together, so. You know, me being the ultimate noob and only being capable of clicking tanks. We had Agnar, who.
And that's 2 German volunteers in Southwood.
Oh no.
In Oviedo.
Oh no, they never got out. Oh no, Germany, what are you doing?
Oh, he got out. He managed
to get out.
He forced himself out.
Very lucky, very lucky.
And though Spain now has these 2 tank divisions, he has no fuel.
No. I specifically told Romania to go fascist and not troll the Axis. So.
What concerns me is Germany's trying to start to build mills.
Oh no! Romania, you troll! Yeah, okay, so Romania, instead of getting all the XCAF bonuses that he gets, went for the stabilization plan, which is troll.
Ah.
Oh yeah, by the way, I need to probably explain this to the German players. In this mod, you actually don't let lease fuel. You get it through the fuel system, so keep an eye on if they're using fuel at least at any point, because they shouldn't be.
Okay.
Right now they're not, so we should be fine. Hold on, can we actually see the fuel system? Yeah, we can. Have they... Oh, no, we cannot. I can click on the button, but it doesn't actually do anything for me. Okay. But yeah. Here we have the Axis just pushing into... Oh, I can't even click on Spain anymore. Oh, there we go. I found... if you click on Mallorca, you can still tag to Spain if you need to.
Yeah.
But, yeah, this is bad. I'm hoping these volunteers are actually moving. It doesn't seem like it. They're actually still clicking...
Australia almost got one of his volunteers and stuff. That was very touch and go.
Oh yeah, in the east. This is actually funny because you notice that the Republicans, as in the AI, has invested every single infantry division they have on the Western Front. In the meantime, they have got like 4 or 5 in the east, and the Axis is actually using this opportunity to push back. Because you look at this, the player Spain is just kind of snaking. And he might actually... Oh, he just got himself cut off. That was very unfortunate timing-wise. But if the British Raj doesn't intervene here, they might actually find themselves encircling Valencia, which could still get them back into this game. Like I said, this ain't over until it's over. However, the Axis volunteers are literally a few hours away from getting encircled because La Coruna currently doesn't have any divisions in it. Okay, 5 days. But La Coruna doesn't have any divisions in it, and it's the last port in the northwest, and they're not moving towards it.
Oh, he's strategy deploying divisions, but those divisions will not hold for long. They need to get more and more divisions into La Coruna, or else goodbye German and Italian volunteers.
I mean, they might try to filter in, but if at any point the AI right-clicks TP to Berlin, which fortunately for the players, they're not right now. This could be over really fast with the AI. There you go. There's 6 divisions currently moving. No?
No.
What are you doing? He's moving them to the wrong end. Oh no, just...
Oh no.
Let the divisions in the east die. Just let them die. Just move to the port. What are you doing?
Oh, he's moving back to the port, but that might... 2 org left.
Boom! Get banned, nerd. Sorry, I had a bot.
Ah, fucking hate bots.
Yeah, fuck a bot. Oh no, I think he's moving to the right side now, isn't he? Yep, there you go. He actually unassigned them. I think they auto-moved to the east, and then he was like, shit, I need to fix this. Also, I love the experimental panzer divisions, which are actually pretty decent, but have no stats because they have no fuel. Well done, Spain. Well done. Yeah, the AI is actually doing its thing. Let's have a look at Japan in the meantime, by the way. They're doing okay. They're still advancing. The Chinese lines have actually gotten way thinner now, especially in the south. They've got a lot of divisions piled into single areas, and then tiles being held by only 1 or 2 divs at the time, so they're having a good time just breaking through. Update on casualties. The Japanese alliance has currently lost 260k, whereas the Chinese have lost 3.35 million. And no, China is not a player, God Emperor Lito, it is a AI. In Oak, you can play with the China player, but the thing is, it makes the Japanese Civil War. Usually when you play Oak, you play the early game at 5 speed. We lowered it to 4 speed because there's a lot of new players in this. Normally you play on 5 speed, and they changed the tiles in Spain to get these local province effects to slow them down so they can comfortably be played at 5 speed. And you would be playing with like 3 Japan players so they can easily micro the Civil War. However, like I said, a lot of players that are new to this, so just the fact that they have to play at a fast speed is already challenging enough for them. Let alone, let's say if we added a China player, that would have just made it very difficult for them. Alright, are you done eating?
I'm sort of grazing.
Okay.
So I'm here, don't worry.
No, I really need to go to the bathroom, that's why.
Yeah, go, feel free.
Alright. I'm going to leave you all in the very capable hands of Theresa May. Remember, if you join this chat, all you have to use exclamation mark... Oh, no, wait. Never mind. We're poor. I'm a poor university student. He's a poor communist worker of the world, so, yeah.
Yes.
Blame Paradox, I don't know.
Yeah, sure.
Unfortunately, they're not supporting this event. Alright, I'll be right back.
But yeah, the encirclement and death of the Axis volunteers. Really disappointing by the Axis, but good job to the Allies. They played it well. The Axis have just collapsed in Spain, and the Soviet volunteers are now pushing back towards Barcelona. We got new Italian volunteers coming. Seems like a waste, unfortunately. Yeah, to be honest, that wouldn't surprise me, Vieza's saying that. Yes, the nationalists are very close to capitulating if Zaragoza falls, or if even Oviedo falls. I think this will be over. I think it's Zaragoza will be one of the targets. But yeah, I think the more interesting thing going on right now is Japan. It's a little bit of back and forth on the front lines because the supply is fairly terrible in this area. There's a very big gap between the supply hubs here and then the wall of Chinese supply hubs that stretch along here. So we will see how they break that.
Hello.
Hello, you came back just as Spain lost.
Yep, I saw the 20 factories being granted to the Soviets.
Yeah,
It's a good day for them.
it is a very good day for them.
And now we've got the Spanish going to national recovery. So the next thing we pan over to is, of course, Asia. You gotta love the music in this, though, right?
Yeah, the music is wonderful.
One thing I love about Oak is that Mumiago so Mumiago is the main modder for Hearts of Oak 2, and for all the major events in the mod, he has like this music going on. So, for example, when Spanish Civil War started, you had like a little custom track that came up. When the war ends, you got a custom track. Sino-Japanese War, same thing, and then I think it's for World War II and Barb as well. You get like these custom tracks. They're pretty they're pretty cool. I kind of like it. It's like this tiny detail that most mods don't think about, and I think it's awesome.
Yeah, it is a very nice touch.
I mean, it doesn't do much for you, but one thing that I always love about Oak is because it's so fast, it actually gives you a reminder, like, oh shit, this has started. it does help, actually. It does help.
Yeah, it does.
I wonder if the Japanese players will be able to cope with 5 speed. I mean, it's only 4 speed. But, oh, look at the supply in the south. Oh.
Yeah, that's what I think they're worried about.
What
especially the supply in the center, especially. It's just the Wuhan is the next supply hub, and there's just a humongous gap in the supply.
Yeah, it's always a struggle around that area. Even before NSB, it was a bit of a struggle. Just because you got that river line which they can hold behind. There's a bunch of favorable tiles from as well. Like, you got the plains in the west, and it's kind of where you want to push them, and then go around and catch Wuhan that way.
Yeah.
I got a question from chat. What happens if Japan wins? What happens is they win.
Yeah.
Japan is supposed to win. So
Yes,
nothing
Japan
special happens. It's just the way it's supposed to go.
Yeah. Usually, with NSB, I usually go around, go the coast and then up to Nanchang.
Yeah, I also like the just the strategy of doing as many naval invasions as possible, securing the supply on the coastline, and then pushing in from that point forward. Also, I like this. Manchu's actually taken my advice. I'm not sure if they plan on this or not, but we're going to see Tank Manchu this game. Like,
Yes.
They've got some divs in the north just to hold the line, which is fine, but Tank Manchu is amazing. Look at the China puppet. No, China just gets turned into Japanese territory. Is Japan building transports? That's actually a good question. I think I saw them building, tactical bombers, and they're already building carrier fighters. Oh, no, they are actually building transports. There you go. They got 2 factories on the LTD.
Yeah, they got... And they have S player, but the mission efficiency isn't particularly good.
Nah, but that's because they're getting... Wait, are they getting countered by something?
Oh no, they've placed their transport planes in the bad supply area.
Yeah, and they placed it with no escort. That's kind of the problem. Because of the no escort, whenever the AI tags over there, they get no supply whatsoever.
The thing is, if they switch their planes around to have the transport planes in Qingdao, they would have supply.
Yeah, it's just the problem is they're currently supplying an area that already has supply because there's literally a port next to their front line.
Yeah.
It's a bit of an oops, but I'm sure they'll rectify that at some point.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. Transport planes, airbase insufficient fuel, minus 91% mission efficiency.
Yeah, I also don't understand deploying them from mainland China rather than like Taiwan or something where they would have full supply. But who knows?
Or even Qingdao. That'll be enough.
Yeah, probably just the players being stressed and not knowing entirely what to do.
Yeah.
What does the Raj have in terms of supply? Oh yeah, Raj sitting on 39% stability. Yeah, so Oak is a mod where you want to spam a button called Butternut Guns, which is 25 PP whenever you click it. It kills your PP gain for a bit because you get minus 2.5 and you get minus 10 factory output, but it gives you plus 5 weekly stab like improved worker cons normally would, but it's way cheaper and it doesn't take as long to regen. So you want to, especially as a miner, you want to spam that button early on in the game. Instead, what he's doing is he's clicking massive propaganda investment, which you don't want to do because factory output early on in the game doesn't matter, right? You only have X amount of mills, so you're not going to lose that much on the equipment that you're building. This, however, gives you minus 2 or extra consumer goods, which means you're building with less factories. So it's the exact opposite of the button you want to click. It's okay, though. I'm sure that the others are not making the same mistake. By the way, here's a debt update in the UK. They currently have 6.8 billion debt.
Yes.
Let's go, Tommy.
That's how you play this game.
I love it. I mean, the best part is, as long as you don't go too low, because every time you click the loan button, it gives you minus stab, right? As long as you don't go too low, you literally lose all the debt when war starts, and you don't lose that much stab. Stab on France is currently 100%, baby. And what is France doing? I think he's still got factories on... Okay, he still has factories on medium tanks, 1 on heavy tanks, and then he's got a bunch on light and light SPGs. I have no idea what France is doing, but it looks interesting.
He's doing the classic historical French strategy of everything.
Okay, he's got...
Hopefully it works.
He's got a heavy tank division, which has 8 heavy tanks, 5 motorized infantry... No, sorry, 9 heavy tanks, 5 motorized infantry, and 2 light SPA, or SPRT, which is interesting. He's got a medium template, which is the same thing essentially, but then with medium tanks. And he's got a light template, which is the same thing, but with lights. So 1 more light and 1 less SPRT. Where did the Czech player go now? The Czech player has been moved to Slovakia, which has now become the Slovak state. And oh, he did not build enough civs, and he's building mills. No, he needs to reset that. So the thing is, he's going to get a bunch of factories and a bunch of building slots from his current focus, and the focus after that give him a bunch of things as well, like he's got a very strong economy tree. But to give you some perspective, Teresa, if I was playing Slovakia right now, I would have 40 civs. He only has 25. But yeah, one major issue Slovakia used to have was that they had no building slots, and now in this current focus, he gets 12 in every state, so that's good. Let's have a look at Romania. What are you up to? Still building his special equipment and his RD, that's fine. Did I look at Hungary yet? Hungary is also doing fine. He's investing everything in the medium tank 38, the Turan, that's fine too. He does want to research, he's doing equipment conversion, that's interesting. He does want to research mech relatively soon, because he wants to put mech in his division, so I'm not sure if he's already prepared for that. Mech is in the tank line in this mod. Yeah, he doesn't have the machine tools yet. Okay, 74 days, and then he's going to start researching mech, of course. But he's getting a nice head start on building tanks, that's good. Let's have a look at Germany. Are we building tanks yet? No, we're not,
No.
but we are building airplanes.
Yes. No, I.
But he's
feel
still
like-
civving. He's still civving, so it's fine.
Yeah, but he should be. Why is he's doing this focus when he should be doing the new subdues focus?
Well, I mean, I've got a better question for you. Why hasn't he researched medium chassis 40 yet?
Well, he gets heavy chassis free.
No, yeah, he could be doing... Yeah, he's doing this focus way too late. He should have done this. So normally you do this focus before you... you build the factories.
Yeah.
Not the factories, rather, but the... whatchamacallit, the refineries. And he still hasn't done Luftwaffe expansion, which is questionable as well, because you get cheaper airplanes to do that, so you definitely want to do that way earlier. He has stolen planes from Lufthansa, so there you go. Lufthansa currently doesn't exist anymore. All their airplanes get stolen in the bombers.
Yeah, all their planes are now tacticals.
And supply planes, some of them. Some of them are supply planes. Alright. In the meantime...
I'm not happy about this Germany. I'm looking at his army command.
Well... Oh, there you go. You got medium tanks coming in from the UK. I mean, his army count doesn't matter yet, so long as he has the equipment.
No, army, the officer corps. State service and military is such a good buff.
I mean, it is, but... don't forget that in this mod, a lot of it gets changed as well, so I'm not sure if it's as strong
No,
as this mod.
no. The change is you get 15% research speed on everything, like all military equipment stuff.
Oh yeah, you lose some stab, some PP, and well, industrial research speed minus 20% can be.
Yeah,
bad if
but
you're
you
still
can
doing that.
cover that is, but you can cover that from other areas.
True. All right, let's see what our favorite friends are doing. The Italians. Also, the Italians are only down 100 factories in the Germans.
Yeah, that's when you go in Schacht and.
Yeah, they just made a massive mistake by building the refineries earlier, and they should have.
Yeah.
And now they're going to be going into France with only 200 civs. They should have 50 to 100 more.
Yeah.
So that's a bit off, but it is what it is. In the meantime, let's have a look at the US, and the US is currently sitting on 500 civilian factories. And guess what they're going to be building after they're done with the civs?
I wonder what.
I see
Dockyards.
300 dockyards queued up, or even more than that. I'm looking at approximately 370 dockyards. Okay, Rift. I respect. So we're gonna see a big
I
US
respect
Navy.
that too.
Sure, why not? Has he made any new... Okay, he made the Brooklyn class, which is a cruiser hull, which is a light attack CL. Okay. And he's got the Bunker Hill and the Iowa classes, which are a 1940 BB with 75 heavy attack. The Super Heavy, which has a lot of AA and a bunch of guns.
Yeah.
Oh, that's actually nice. So apparently, if you play the US now, you have decisions which automatically put factories in the queue. So if you got the macro helper, there's Q civs in coastal states, Q civs in Steel Belt, Q dockyards to 120, and Q mills in state with infrastructure over 8, so that you don't have to do it manually.
That is very, very nice. Also, a bit lazy.
It is, but when you consider the fact that you're going to be microing units and building factories with 1,000 civs with no consumer goods at some point, or little to no, I'd say it's probably quite necessary.
Yeah. It looks like the Japanese have fired Ichigo.
Ooh, look at that. Canada already has 4 tank divisions in the field. They're currently still lacking...
Oof.
Currently still lacking 500 tanks, but they're definitely going to be able to make up that difference. They're currently 21 factories on tanks. It's going to take them 230 days, so the Canadians are definitely going to be ready for...
Yeah, what they're doing
Africa.
is they haven't actually designed their main tank. Those are all cheap. I looked at them; they're all cheap tanks, no equipment on them. What they're going to do is they need to still then convert all of them to actual tanks and get the tech to actually equip them.
Well, I mean, at least he's going to have tanks in there. Like, he just made... Yeah, he made them cheap as well. He just deleted the division, so I think he's going to have less. I don't know why he's not sent converts, but... whatever. In the meantime, we have Saf, who has 1 tank in the field and currently queued up 6 infantry divisions, has absolutely no manpower, but has 22 factories and tanks as well, and he's going to get there. He's going to be able to supply himself too. And what Saf has done is actually better than what the other miners have done, because Saf has actually queued up their own support equipment, own infantry kits, and own radio equipment, so they won't be begging for...
yeah, they won't be begging their maybe generous, maybe not generous overlord for supplies.
I mean, the thing with Oak is that all the miners have enough industry around the time that they need it to not have to actually beg the overlords for lend-lease. They shouldn't ever require it, but yeah, that's the thing. We have new players, they might not know that, even though they were informed. Yeah, we got the border war between Hungary and Slovakia, but Slovakia has apparently decided that they do not want to have Carpathian Ruthenia, or it was a team decision, so they're not going to use that. Wait, is Slovakia even here? Because... looks like they're AFK.
Hmm.
No, but he's moving over now. That's just the auto.
Well, he's auto game.
But he's got no focus queued. He does have factories queued, but no. Oh, there you go. He's done stuff now. He just started selecting advisors. Interesting. Oh,
yeah. Well. He is going light tanks, and the light tanks seem reasonable.
Light tanks are playable in this, but I think in Barb, mediums are probably a little more useful. There you go. Germans just pressing for a ceasefire. There's no more border war. And yeah, we're seeing this the standard Hungary going for mediums as well. And it seems like this Hungary has actually checked out what his folks tree is supposed to do, because he's made the right decision so far.
Ah, finally somebody.
Now it's looking at, if you're playing Hungary, you want to focus on rushing. Okay, you want to rush Bethlehem era politics. Then you want to make sure you get, was it beta and ready fast, or no? You want to rush to stable Hungary so you don't get screwed over by all the negative modifiers you have. Then you want to rush down to your program, and then I think there's another focus in your Yahuba plan that you want to do ASAP, and from that point forward it's kind of like whatever. And I think he did delete units constantly, because it looks like these ones are new, the tank divisions that is. Alright, let's have another look at France. Oh my god, okay, France, I know there's a model in here that has decided to bug out, and my whole screen, I think it's the medium tank division. That model is bugged for some reason. My screen just became very colorful.
I also cannot zoom in, so that is a thing we'll have to note. Do not zoom in.
Oh, the zooming in works fine, it's just that it becomes a little flashy at times. Alright, has the UK built enough tanks yet for him to do... There's an important focus for the UK, which is the British Expeditionary Force, for which he needs to deploy 900 fighters, deploy X amount of bombers of any sort, depending on, like, he just has to pick one of them, and then have 500 medium tanks in stockpile with 800 special equipment. So he's still lacking special equipment. Yeah, he's down 2k, because I think he might already be using it in the field, which he doesn't want to right now. And he still needs a few hundred tanks. Okay. He still has time though, so he might get that ready. Yeah, I think the UK probably has Marines out there somewhere, otherwise he wouldn't be lacking. Ah, he's got Mountaineers. That might be a bit of a mistake, but we'll see. Let's hope he's able to make up the difference for when he needs to do the focus.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be fine. least 9 months to the war. Probably 9 months to the war starts. So.
Okay, so the Japanese players are talking about the Chinese general. They're saying one of them is cracked. I mean, they have 2 level 4s, but it's not that crazy. Oh no, they're field marshal. Oh dear. So China currently has a level 8 attack field marshal. A bunch of level 6 generals as well. A level 7 with 8 attack.
They have a level 8 general with literally.
Yep. Oh my god, that's interesting.
That is cracked. 8 attack, 8 logistics.
Yeah, and Consta makes a good point. The UK Mountaineers are probably going straight to Norway because there's actually a focus for Germany that they can plunder Norway, get some extra resources and stuff like that. And yeah, there you go. They're in Scapa Flow. They have 4 8 attack generals. Mate, enjoy. Japan not in the most favorable position right now. They're definitely not loving life, knowing that the Chinese apparently have these god tier generals when they don't. But they're slowly making gains still, and it usually takes a while longer for newer players to win the Sino-Japanese Japanese war in Oak. And look at that, casualty-wise, they're not doing too bad. It's 430k against 5 million.
Yeah. Also, they've secured Wuhan, which means supply will no longer be as painful.
Oh yeah, they can now finally kind of snowball.
Yeah.
Like once they reach the southern tip, which they've already naval invaded in the meantime, they'll be able to cut off the whole east and then just walk in and then hopefully have a good time. Alright. Meantime, in America, we have 100 more factories than we have when we last checked in on them.
Yep, as expected.
Oh, he actually queued up more civs.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Okay, so apparently China has a spirit, and you only need a handful of cities. Which spirit are we talking about? Are we talking about the war of anti-imperialism or something, or? Oh, Chinese unity. Idea will be removed if the following states are occupied on the loss of the idea China will surrender. Chongqing, Nanning, Nanjing, Hubei, Hunan, Beijing, Shandong, and Jiangxi. Okay. So, once they take those cities, they're actually done for, so you don't have to cap the whole thing like you do in vanilla. That's actually pretty nice, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that is pretty nice.
I mean, you still have to get to Chongqing somehow, but...
Yeah, Chongqing actually isn't that bad.
No, but at the moment, they're still pretty well removed from it. There's still like 7 tiles between them, and I mean, the Chinese do have a wall of bodies to throw against them and keep them back.
They do indeed, but the Japanese are ever so slowly and ever so methodically advancing.
I'm surprised that the French, by the way, have decided to deploy all their tanks into the Maginot. Oak is not usually a Maginot mod. Usually you go through Belgium and the Netherlands.
Yeah, I noticed the Germans get a 20% attack buff against forests.
Yeah, that's why you want to go through Belgium. It's I'm sure the French will find this out at some point, but deploying to the Maginot, as far as your tanks are concerned, not really what you want to do.
Well, maybe the French are interested in laughing.
Maybe they are. In the meantime, the South Africans have sent over 4 tank divisions to Africa, and the Canadians, or at least 3 of the Canadians, are underway as well. So at the very least, we'll have some nice allied tank action in Africa. They're prepared for this. They know what they're going to be up against, and they're ready and willing to do something about it.
Also, looking at Italy, they are preparing the supply in Africa, so it looks like they are interested in fighting.
Good, good. That's what you want to see. All right. In the meantime, we were right, by the way. The Australians have gone with the special forces. We got some Marines being prepared. As for New Zealand, if you can tag over, they have 1 Marine, and the 1 New Zealand Marine is ready.
Whoop, whoop.
Under Grisha Sterling, who we're not going to say much more about.
Yeah.
He just so happens to share a first name with a certain streamer. And they have the division called Kiwi for the win, and it's currently standing by ready in Cairo.
Yep.
One thing I'm surprised by is that the UK is permanently training his mountaineers rather than just training them until they're trained, because he is still low on special equipment and he really needs to get that up if he wants to get his focus done at some point.
I am particularly concerned about the fact that Japan's industry is getting close to Germany.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they're going to be stealing a lot of factories from like the the other nations in the West, but ideally you want to see the Germans with a few more civs right now. By a few more, I mean roughly 100.
Yes.
And you definitely want to see more factories on tanks.
Yeah, I kind of feared this was what the build would be. Well, and it's going that way, and I'm seriously hoping that 6 tank divisions just magically appear. That would significantly help.
Well, you know what? It's Saturday today. In the UK, you've got the strong pub culture, right? Like in the Netherlands, you've got a strong bar culture. This game is over in about an hour. We can just go out, have a drink, and enjoy the rest of our night in a different way. It's definitely not lost, but
hey,
I'm
never want a lost evening.
Exactly. But I am seriously concerned that they may not be entirely competitive. Although at the very least, the Germans have built a Schwerer Gustav railway gun.
Ah, that always makes it better.
Exactly. If push comes to shove, at the very least, they can still shell the French and claim that they shot at them with a big gun.
Exactly.
I'm not sure if that's going to make a big difference, but hey.
Yeah, it's the sort of thing where the UK has more mills than Germany currently. France is very close to the mill count. Italy is very close to... Yeah, it's not looking promising.
It's concerning. It's concerning. Well,
yeah.
So long as they start building tanks, like at any moment now, I'm sure we'll be fine. At the very least, the Axis should be fine air-wise, because I did see that the Italians were building a lot of air. Yeah, they got 50 factories on fighters as well. Can we check the RD attrition in Japan? Sure. Let's have a look. Friendly combat losses by attrition. They've lost 4k RD in total. 3 or 1.5 in combat and 2.3 through attrition. With the Chinese, holy shit. Lost 256,000 guns.
Yeah, and 15,000 support equipment.
Mm-hmm. And 40,000 horses. That's a lot of horses.
That is a lot of horses.
Well, in the wise words of Mr. Webster, you have horses! What were you thinking? Then again, I'm fairly certain both sides brought horses to this particular conflict, so...
There are very small things that Japan could do which would significantly help them. Like, they have army experience banked up. They could take logistics focus, or something like that, or operational reserve, which would significantly either help their losses or their supply problems.
I mean, what they need to do right now is be a little more proactive with the micro.
Yeah.
Because I'm seeing a lot of tiles that could easily be broken. They're walking into them eventually, but if they were a little more proactive, it would probably go a lot faster. And in terms of a front, this isn't really the most exciting one, because it's, generally speaking, a giant front. You're not going to see many encirclements, and even then. We know it's against the AI, so it's not something to get that hyped about, but...
Yeah.
Man, I just find myself tabbing back to Germany every now and then to see if they've started building or researching tanks yet, but...
Doesn't look like it.
I don't like the improved infantry radios. Well, you should be doing improved tank radios, or tank radios in general. Like, they've got a 300% research bonus for tank radios, but they cut it off at 20% research, and I have no idea why. Then again, I don't like their choice of doctrine either. You should be going mobile warfare, because even if they somehow survive and kill France, and if they kill North Africa, they're going to get absolutely fucking demolished by the Soviets, who are on mobile warfare.
Going mobile. Yeah. The buffs to hit points on tanks is just so much. And hit points or breakthrough.
What if I were to say that Germany won't do tanks? Then first of all, I'd be wondering, why the hell are you watching my stream when you should be playing the game? And the second part I'd be wondering is if you want to give us an early night. Well, I mean, that's the beauty about Oak, right? It's only, like, normally we'd be on 5 speed, so we'd probably be at war start already right now. Oh, are you not playing? I thought I saw you on the Discord. That's why. Oh yeah, you're actually muted in Access 3. Fair enough. But yeah, no, I normally we'd already be at War Start or even beyond that now. Like we're a little slower right now because we've got all these new people. But that's the wonderful thing about Oak. At least if somebody messes up that bad, you don't have to wait 4 hours to find out. It'd only be 1 or 2 hours. Now look at that. Japan is finally gaining some ground in the south. They got Changsha. About to move into Shangdae as well, and the lines down here are pretty thin. Like the Chinese are attritioning everywhere. They're taking a lot of attrition as well. I'm looking at 22% like across the board, so that's good for the Japanese. Their equipment numbers are actually still roughly fine. They're only 2.5k guns down the hole, whereas the Chinese are probably at some humongous number. Oh no, the Chinese still have guns in surplus. Fair enough. It's still 18k. Yeah, that's gonna run out.
The Chinese are printing 300 guns a day, so. But they are 5k in the whole support equipment and 7k in the whole horse equipment. So.
Yeah, I think they're building old guns as well, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
No, it's 36 guns. Japan is building 36 guns as well. It's occupation. Yeah. Did they change the template? The AI, I'm looking at a 24 and I can't remove this for some reason. An 8 width. So all of the Junta 1 divisions are 8 width. And there'll probably be a fair few of them. Sunjiao,
I really want to shout at Germany going, take Luftwaffe expansion, please.
Oh, did Japan change the occupation template? That's a good question. Let me have a look. They have Kihai Shudan, which is the horse division. I don't know if they started with that or not. And yeah, I think they did because it's an MP horse. I assume
yeah,
they
MP
did.
horse. Yeah.
Yeah, true, but they probably don't know that. Yeah, Consta just mentioned the garrison battalions are cheaper, but yeah, that's one of those intricacies that requires you to have experience with the mod, and these guys obviously don't have that much experience. Man. I'm just looking at the Allied tanks prepared in Africa right now. Obviously, the Italians, they've got a decent amount of infantry divisions, but these are purely RT infantry divisions with, I don't think they have any AT. Field gun company, that's, I don't even know if that's AT or not. They've got 41 piercing. Let's actually have a look if they can pierce the Allied tanks. So 41 piercing on the Italian line divs, which they're going to hold with, and then the Canadian tanks are, grab a full one. Armor, oh yeah, no, they are going to get pierced 100%. The Canadian tanks have 8.9 armor. So they're going to get pierced. Heavy AA battalion, oh yeah, heavy AA is AT as well in this mod, sorry. Thank you for reminding me. And then the SAF divisions have, let's have a look, 8.7 armor as well. So yeah, okay, they're going to get pierced.
It looks like they're not investing in armor at all, which...
No, they don't have to either.
Yeah, they don't have to.
Infantry Barbarossa went well in the first war. That's true, but in the meantime, they were also unable to break France in the first war. Whereas the whole point about the second war is that they were able to break France in 3 weeks because they had tanks.
Oh, like... he's doing expand the Kriegs.
Yeah, why not? Expand that Kriegsmarine, man. That's definitely going to win this war. Just
yeah.
Just Sea Lion against the 100% bonus UK. It's going to be fine.
Yeah, it'll be fine. Like, what could possibly go wrong?
I have no idea.
Oh boy.
I mean, does it increase your heart? Does it actually? I thought it was dependent on the battalion. What's their hardness rating right now? Oh, yeah. Okay, that's actually bad. Unironically, the infantry Italy and infantry Germany might actually work because Sean doesn't give a right point. They've got so low armor that their hardness is decreased to 35%, which means that they actually still take significant damage from soft attack. So these tanks will actually take a lot of hits. The Allied tanks, it is. And yeah, no, all the tank designers are custom in this mod. Like, there's some pretty cool ones in here. Like, for example, What has Germany gone with? Of course, they have no tank designer, because why would you if you're playing Germany? We have Daimler-Benz coming in from Hungary. Not a bad shout, though I always... Let's see, do I go with a different one? No, I think you take Daimler-Benz here, because Krupp is soft attack. And then... Vomag. I've never used this one before. I think I always end up using DB or... Not Henschel, Alket, if it's available, right? But apparently we're not doing that right now. Yeah, I'm gonna quickly go to the Germanies and explain to them the concept of the fuel system, because they're not fueling the any of their miners right now.
Yeah, that might be helpful.
Hey,
That's a good question.
Ilya?
What?
Do me a favor, go to your logistics tab. Are you aware of the fact that there's a fuel distribution button?
Where's that one?
What?
I know I'm aware of that one.
Okay, so in this mod, you don't actually lend-lease fuel, you give it out through the fuel system. So once miners join, you want to make sure that you set their fuel priority higher than yours, because otherwise they don't gain anything. And Hungary doesn't, or sorry, Romania doesn't lend-lease any fuel, it automatically gets distributed through the fuel system.
Good.
What? There's a fuel system? The
Yeah.
fuck?
Where is this fuel system?
Only Germany and the UK, if I'm not mistaken, have access to it for the respective factions, and all it does is it eliminates the need for lend-leasing. So they just go into this list, and then you set fuel. For example, for Germany, you set minimum fuel to like 20%, and then you add all the miners, and you give them like 80%, 80%, 80%, and then they all get fuel.
Wow, really? UK doesn't want to send me fuel? Pricks.
Also, these garrisons also need to sit on the ports in Tripoli and Benghazi.
Yeah,
and
I'm doing some of that.
Also, quick tip: if you're going to use occupation divisions, don't use horses. Use the little shovels instead. Yeah.
I'll use horses.
You might
Just
want to tell Japan as well. Alright, I gave the Axis a little bit of a helping hand. That's probably the most non-biased thing I could do, because I literally own the other community. So there you go. I wasn't biased. I'm just.
Yeah. I'm looking at also the factories on air, and it's not even that's not looking promising for the Axis.
I mean, they have 56 on Italy, and then 25 on Germany versus what does the UK have?
62 on fires.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that bad.
I know, but it should be an area where the Axis should have the advantage. And a reasonable advantage of that. It's going to be even.
Yeah, so Romania made a bit of a mistake by not going this path, because it gives them expand the oil trade, which they now don't have access to. Actually, no, they still have access to expand the oil trade. It's just constant. If you look at it, they just missed the 50 in Montinia for secure African fuel.
No, they can still do that.
Well, they can still do that too. So literally just lose the XCAV buffs.
XCAV buffs. Yeah.
So it's, I mean, it's not the worst. It's actually not the worst now. If I remember correctly, this used to be way worse, but now it's actually not that bad. It's not that big of a throw. And it's about to go brr? Okay, well, we'll see that in a moment, I guess. I think the US is about to start milling. That's probably why. And oh my god, Tommy has 35 factories on CAS. I didn't notice that part.
Oof.
66 on Hurricanes, 35 on CAS, and then we probably have the US about to come in. Yeah, the US now has 51 mils. They stopped civving. No, they're not. They haven't stopped civving yet. I was about to say. They are
US
currently on
stopped civving.
Yep, they're currently on 700 civs and still going strong.
Yeah, they might stop around 850.
No, they killed a bunch of their lines though. Check US economy law. It's still on economy of the United States, which I can't even see the modifiers for. Oh, it's a spirit. Economy of the United States. They get some extra PP gain, 6 resource gain efficiency, 35 consumer goods, so that's the same as Civ Eco. Still have minus 25 stab, but they're now up to 87 stab naturally. Minus 20% efficiency cap and growth. Plus 45% research speed. Holy shit.
Oh, shit, that's disgusting.
Plus 13 factory output. Plus 6 dockyard output. Minus 60 mill construction. Plus 60 civ construction and minus 40 dockyard. And the description is it's thick, okay?
Oh, that's war.
Okay. Are we going to see
That's
Dancing
a-
with War in a second?
No, Poland just refused it.
They did. Okay, so we're about to...
We're about to have the war start, and
There we go.
here he goes. Yeah,
All right,
that's
gentlemen.
it.
Sorry, go on.
This could be an incredibly short game, but we salute you.
We're definitely about to find out what the length of this game is going to be because Germany just declared World War II. And ladies and gentlemen in chat, in both the chats, the war has finally kicked off. It is currently the 14th of June 1939, and for some reason the game has been paused.
By Sturz. And Germany still has no tanks. He just started building tanks.
Very good. I just got a question in DMs, which was, are we going to have a break? And the answer was, no, we are not, because this is the community clash. We don't take breaks. This is only hyped up, high octane, pure adrenaline, hoi for action, the thing you came to see tonight. And there we go. After 2 hours, the war has started. And Poland, as expected, is falling relatively quickly. We have the Germans pushing in from the west. The German war economy is a disorganized industry.
Cool.
They just lost a bunch of stats. They're going to get that at some point. Wait, the UK not guarantee Poland? No, they did. I mean, they're in the war, so there's that.
Yeah, no, it's an auto thing. Yeah, the auto called.
Yeah, there you go. They're also part of the Allies now, so there you go. But yeah, it seems like Poland's going to fall pretty fast. I mean, are you surprised? They have full green air, and we've got just hordes and hordes and hordes of infantry moving in through the west. Not what I expected to see, because normally you see tanks doing this job and not necessarily infantry. But then again, oh my god, the Hungarians, no! Wait, oh no, they're not encircled. I thought for a second they were encircled because of the towel.
No. I would have.
That's Hungary.
I would have been very, very upset if the Hungarian tanks were encircled. And also, those Hungarian tanks are a little bit awkward.
Ooh, and by the way, in the meantime, this is interesting. We see the Germans actually trying to push into the Maginot, and for a second there, they had a green bubble. It's turned red now, but I wonder what they're trying to do there. I'm sincerely hoping that they do plan on taking out the Netherlands, because going through the Maginot is not something you really want to do in Oak. It's not going to do you any good.
Yeah, I'm just looking at these Hungarian tanks, and they are 10 mediums, 4 motorized.
I mean, you should be going for 10 tanks, 5 motorized, so I'm not sure why. Is he missing XP or something? Yeah, no, he's not. He has enough XP now, but...
Also, templates are free XP.
Oh, they're free. Then I definitely don't know why he's doing this. Is he lacking trucks? I mean, no, he's not. He's got 1.6k, so there's no reason for him to be on 28 width. I'm not entirely sure what the idea is there, but hopefully he fixes that soon.
Yeah, I really hope he does. Oh.
I mean, now it's time for the interesting part. So, the Italians obviously not in the war yet, but the UK and the Allies are not prepared for war either, because there's currently no infantry line in Egypt at all. And yeah, of course, the org is going to be low because they're lacking 1 motorized that they should have. Right now, though, the UK is stressfully deploying a whole bunch of divisions across France to try to get to Africa. And did he end up getting enough equipment for British Expeditionary Force? No, he did not. He's lacking the special equipment because, like we said, he deployed the Mountaineers too early. That's a bit of a misplay. So, at the very least, we're seeing mistakes on both sides. That's good.
The French are doing a push against Germany.
Oh, no.
It's not succeeding because those German divisions have a lot of soft attack.
Yeah, but also look at the air. Look at the air.
Yeah.
I mean, one thing that's interesting to note, like we're currently saying, like, hey, why no tanks? Why no tanks? But the game did just receive an update, or the mod rather, where they overhaul artillery. So I have no idea how potent and or strong artillery is going to be in this iteration of the game. The Germans definitely think that it's going to be strong, and I guess we're just about to find out.
Yeah. I was going to make the comment, Germany probably doesn't either. But yeah, I'm very interested to see how this goes. It does mean that the Romanian decision not to do the oil stuff doesn't matter as much. They're not going to have oil problems because Germany doesn't need as much.
I mean, that's very true. They currently have a base gain of or daily gain of 14.5k, and their max consumption of their air force is 4.0, or sorry, 5.4. So yeah,
Germany is mega overstacking the Maginot Line.
Yeah, I don't know why we're not doing around Maginot right now, guys. Do you not want to deal with that, or oh no, there we go. We're sending troops to the Netherlands right now. Funny thing is, in this mod, unlike most other mods, you don't manually declare. You click a button.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna laugh my ass off if they don't realize that you also deck on Belgium and Luxembourg when you do this, and they don't have any troops there. Although it seems like the Hungarians are prepared for it. They currently have tanks on the Belgian border.
Well, could be worse. They took out Poland.
Yep, there you go. They killed Poland, so there's at least that one moral victory, I guess. In the meantime, you got Japan, who is almost about to link up their northern invasion with the Nanning Pocket, so we might finally see some
Japan is taking this a bit. Japan is taking this a bit slow.
Yeah, they are, and those Chinese divisions are already super under strength, so I'm not sure what the holdup is there. I think they might be a little too focused on combat in the west and not on consolidating their troops with the troops that are currently occupied in the east. And oh, look at that! UK sending submarines to the Iberian coast, trying to trap the Germans that are currently trading there. Trading for what? Trading for... I assume it's...
I assume it's rubber and tungsten.
Yeah, yes it is. I think it's the rubber trade specifically that's getting hit though, because the efficiency on the trade with Spain is still 100%.
Germany is once again going for the I'm going to push through the Maginot.
Oh, and there you go. Italy's just joined the war, and this is what we've been waiting to see. Are we going to see a compass or not? The UK is literally hurrying to the border right now, and the Italians have decided, you know what? We're just going to try to click you.
Yeah, they're going for the push, and if they get Marsamutra, that will be a significant loss.
I wouldn't be surprised if the war in Africa gets concluded before the war in mainland Europe does.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either.
And it looks like the UK is actually struggling here.
No, the tanks have arrived, and I think they'll be fine. They've got air up, air superiority.
Yeah, no, just the Italian divisions kind of right-clicked them, and there was nothing they could do about it. In fact, they're out of supply retreating, which means they're retreating super slow. And that might actually mean that they take some damage. What's the HP on the tanks? That's a good question. Let me have a look-see. So on the SAF tanks, we're looking at an HP of 200. 200-ish. The Canadians are currently sitting here doing nothing because they don't have enough mechanized. Let me compare that to the Italian infantry real quick, because I'm just curious what the difference is between them stats-wise. 220 HP, so it's not that big of a difference now. And here we go! We have our first desync.
Whoop whoop.
And it gets a buff from Ethiopia existing. Yeah, I thought there was something like that. Ethiopia is currently being eaten, though, by... I assume the Raj. I have no idea. Somebody's eating them. That's the most important part. I'm going to check with the allies real quick to make sure that they're using the fuel system. Oh, make sure you're not black flank, by the way. Hey guys, just double checking. You are not leasing fuel right now, right?
No.
Okay. No? No, just double checking. Okay, so there was a minor issue in the Axis camp where I think they ended up leasing fuel anyway because they thought the fuel system wasn't working because they missed a check mark. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right, I've told him to go, but okay. Let's have a look. See.
I am, slightly concerned that the only Axis tanks are Slovakian and Hungarian.
I mean, yeah, that's a concern, but
Not much can change right now.
no. Okay, none of them are leasing fuel, so there's no issues there. Only Portugal is. I don't know if he should be doing that, but whatever. It shouldn't be causing these
And
things.
Germany has taken a tile in the match now.
No way! Have they actually? All right, we actually can
Yeah.
look at this now. Okay, so Germany's not just taken one; they've taken two. They got one. Oh no, actually, sorry, just the one. I forgot for a second. Saarbrücken is always theirs. And oh my God, guys in chat, I hope you're enjoying the disco we got going on right now.
The disco is a bit crazy, but
We said before the game that we allowed that kind of stuff, so don't worry. Oh my God, hello? Okay, yeah, I think a French tank just got clicked into something because that just disappeared. I think you need to turn off 3D models. That fixes it from what I heard. Can we do that right now? Is it 3D units? Is that the one? Oh yeah, if you turn off 3D
I turned it
units,
off.
that fixes it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Look
But
at
Germany's also pushing into Strasbourg, and he looks like he's going to take it. No. That would...
Little update, by the way. Japan has 40k manpower left.
Ooh.
There you go. We're going to integrate the war economies. And yeah, I mean, they have made some progress, but I'm not sure how long it's going to last for. Because the French have come in with a lot of divisions here. Looking at it from the French perspective, they got a decent amount of reserves. Nothing behind the lines, though. So if the Germans or one of their miners happens to break through with tanks, they could definitely do a lot. But then again, for some reason, the miners have decided that they want to attack across a river. That's not going to help them a lot either. There you go. I think one of them realized it.
Yeah, the Italians are sort of back and forthing with the allies in North Africa.
Oh yeah, there you go.
South have lost a lot of tanks.
Hold on, double check it because they had 3 under-equipped divisions. Like, if you check the north ones, the medium tank template ones, those are their fully equipped ones. And the other ones that they have in the south, they were under-equipped when the war started.
Yeah, all of them. Well, they have one that is reasonably well equipped, and the other ones are missing 60 plus tanks.
Yeah, the Benelux right now is kind of dreadful. I'm seeing heirs kind of equal numbers, and France just lost the abandoned by the BEF debuff, which they got if there's no British divisions in their land. And yeah, that might just make life a little easier for the French as well. I don't know why they just lost it again. I don't see any British divisions here, but I might just be blind. Or that might just be a time thing that I forgot about. Yeah, right now the French are looking healthy. They're looking healthier than the Germans. Although they are losing tiles slowly but surely. They lost Antwerp just now, and they're about to lose a tile in the east of Wallonia, just north of Sudan. So there's progress.
Yeah, the slow progress through the Ardennes rather than the Blitzkrieg.
Ah, there you go. Look at that. Africa is stabilized. I don't think we're going to see much there anymore. The Italians, however, are moving into Tunisia, and they're probably going to take quite a bit of land.
And just for the LARP, the Italians are losing to Greece.
But of course they are. Are they actually?
Yes.
Great. How many clicks has France done? They are currently evacuating everything. Oh no, they are. They are allowed to fight on French Fury, but I think the UK was preparing to move, or was preparing to move divisions into Norway instead. Where are those Norwegian mountaineers? He's got 5 here. Where are the other mountaineers? He deleted them, so yeah, he recognized that he needed to get more stuff out.
Smokes, as a joke for you, just check the name of the Romanian divisions.
Alright, what do we got? We have the skill issues, garrison, and exclamation mark raffle. Oh, that's a good one.
Steve wants another code.
I think he does. Well, for that, he's gonna have to reach out to Paradox and or open his own wallet.
Yeah,
because,
unfortunately, yeah, you're not paying for it.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen, sir. Not gonna happen.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth in the Benelux. The Germans pushing into Louvain, but if they don't get Brussels and Liège, then Belgium won't fall. And if Belgium isn't going to fall, then France is not going to fall.
I just got a question, by the way, from in the Discord lobby. Somebody asked me, "Hey, when is the scheduled piss break?" And I said at the end of the game.
Yeah.
Find out
right.
more later. But if you look at this, I mean, the Germans are slowly but surely making progress. But the problem for them is the longer France holds, the less economy they get out of France, and the more France actually gains from moving their factories into Africa. So yeah, this is not necessarily good. You kind of want to end this conflict ASAP. And apparently the Germany co-op really wanted to do tanks. Germany main doesn't, and they're having a bit of a conflict about that because, well, in this case, honestly, I'm siding with the Germany co-op here. You should have built tanks, but hey, if this works for you, you know what? You're currently killing them all by them having no supply, so maybe that works for you. I mean, they were able to take Liège. They might actually cap Belgium in a second, so who knows?
That would, like, as long as they cap France, I'm fine with. If they don't cap France, I am kind of disappointed.
Unimpressed, yeah.
Yeah, very unimpressed.
I mean, look at that. The miners are putting in the work. They're currently pushing Greece. They're actually winning now. Italy is still holding against the Allies, although the Allies have problems of their own with all their tanks being unequipped, so there's probably that. Yep. I have no idea. I think it's just the artillery update making RT stronger against tanks, and the tanks and the Allies side having no heart attack whatsoever, which is causing them issues.
Yeah, also Vichy isn't going to have a lot, because Italy is taking Algeria.
I think it gets returned to the tag after they clear it, but... he doesn't, but the thing is, if you move in here, you're actually out of supply. Like these tiles, the Annecy tile and the ones in northwestern Savoy, they actually are not within supply reach. So if you're playing France, you actually want to hold here, so you're not attritioning yourself for no reason.
And Strasbourg has fallen.
There you go. Well done. I mean, it's actually interesting to see how little supply these divisions have. I think they just got yeeted out there, didn't they? Yeah, they just moved into Nancy and they're fine now.
But yeah, this strategy of I'm going to play this World War I style Germany. I
mean, it says something about the strength of artillery in the current update. It's definitely up there. It's stronger than it used to be, but...
Yeah, they are smashing through forts and just pushing.
This is smashing. This is more like an elderly parade heading off to the early bird diner in the corner. But
well,
if you want to call it smashing, you know what?
Yeah, screw it. Well, the forts are getting smashed up, but maybe not the divisions behind it.
Yeah, like I wouldn't call this smashing. This is more like considerately making love to to the forts.
Hey.
Look, man, if you ever want to put on some Marvin Gaye and just enjoy yourself, like, yeah, more power to you. I'm not slamming them, but, you know. How much soft attack does the Jura have in their division? That's a good question. Let's have a look. 270 on the skull ones, and these are the heavy arty ones. He's got 340 on those. None too shabby, none too shabby. These generals have gotten some okay level ups as well. It's not too bad, not too bad. And of course, he's got infantry expert and camouflage expert on his field marshal. Very good. Oh yeah, you actually get a modifier on Kesselring, which is the Ardennes offensive, plus 20. Do all generals get that? Oh yeah, they all do.
Yeah.
You take Runesteady as it, von Kukler as it. Yeah, so it's just a general modifier. I think until you break France. Yeah, Consta confirmed it, okay.
Yeah, there's a small encirclement of the Maginot.
Look at that. That's going to be 6 divisions dead. 3 got overrun and the other 3 just got encircled.
And Belgium is still holding.
Walk into France.
I mean, you know, what do they care about Belgium holding once they're already in the heartland of France? I mean,
exactly.
Sure, you can hold on to Dunkirk, you can hold on to Calais, you can even hold on to Brussels. We don't care because we're already down in Troy. We smashed your Maginot Line and we're now going to go into Paris. Why not? I mean, this is the most blurst France kill I've ever seen in an oak game, but...
Yeah, if it's working.
Ooh, and the Germans are actually losing factories right now. That's actually funny. So they have got fall Gelb modifiers, and the faster they take France, the more factories they get. If you tag over to Germany right now and check their operations thing under events and decisions, they're actually giving away factories to France now. France gets 1 off-map civ and 1 off-map mill for every tier of fall Gelb that they haven't achieved. So Germany's already lost out on roughly 24 factories by being this delayed.
Yeah.
That's not good.
That really is not good.
They also haven't done Waste Rebung yet, but yeah, I'm not surprised when all you have to throw at the enemy's infantry.
Yeah. Infantry and planes, they do have green air.
No, I'm not surprised considering the one half of their economy that's not in infantry equipment is on
Oh,
planes.
there goes China as well.
Well, yeah, like we said, is you know, they don't have to fill the full surrender limit. It's only about getting to those key cities that they have in the in the spirit. So.
And yeah, the blurst push continues.
My God, I mean, they actually are about to get encircled by the French heavy, unless no, they turn it back. Okay, Germany, come on, you gotta right-click Dijon. You want to make sure that they can't move the light tanks in. Come on.
Or they go in there where the light tanks to move it out.
Nah, they were moving in from a different angle. Okay, that works too. I mean, it's actually better if you think about it. You want to de-orc tanks before you right-click into them. You don't really want to right-click into them with infantry.
Come on, encircle Dijon.
No way that's going to work.
No, it's not going to work. They just de-orged all the stuff in Dijon way too quickly. But,
I mean, it's another supply hub they control, so that's good.
Yeah. Oh, and they killed another 5 French divisions?
And by the way, in the meantime, we have a massive offensive going on from the Allied end in North Africa. The Allies have managed to push into 3 tals in the north and the south.
And they
of the
all get pushed back, unfortunately.
That's unfortunate.
They did take Bardia.
They
That's
are
significantly
not just that, by the way. They also right-clicked the supply hub and they're about to take it, I think.
No, I think the Italians will hold the supply hub.
Now, if you look at the divisions that are currently in there, they're all de-orc. They're about to get yoinked out of the rotation, and
yeah, but so are the Allied divisions.
Ah, okay, they just managed to hold it. Fair enough.
Yeah, those SAF tanks are taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think.
But in the north, the push from Bardia, there's not much left to hold Tobruk. Oh, here come the Romanians.
I mean, the
Romanians are in North Africa now.
They're also getting converted to shit in the central net, but that's a whole different story. In the meantime, we're looking at the Axis actually linking up both fronts in France. We have the Germans moving in from the north. They've right-clicked the French in the mountains above Grenoble. And they're actually about to link up with Annecy and the Italians. So we've got a united front there. And
I'm looking at the casualties of this slogfest. 300k Germans, 1.2 mil French.
Holy shit, they killed 1.2 million French? Jesus Christ. What's the... Okay, yeah, the French, by the way, 0 manpower. All their manpower's in the field. They've pressed every last French man, woman, and child into service. They gave them a gun and they said, look, you need to defend Paris. And speaking of Paris, the Germans are actually getting close now.
Yeah, they are. It's
and they're about to encircle Belgium.
Yeah, and it's surprising that the artillery actually managed to push or tank France.
I'm not surprised at all. This is a phenomenon that in the O community they like to call DITS modding. DITS being one of their modders, and apparently DITS was responsible for the artillery rework. So there you go. Thank you, DITS, for giving us a very interesting game. I hope this game serves as a test for you. You can use to later rebalance it.
Benghazi is falling.
Oh, and the Cyrenaica naval invasion, and there you have the Australians coming in, and they're about to clap the cheeks out of Benghazi. Amazing, and this spells disaster for the Axis. They've got massive heavy tanks. They've got super heavy tanks. Whatever these things are, all over the front.
They're just infantry.
Why do they have tank symbols? That just ruined my moment. Either way, they're about to go out of supply, and the Australians, smartly enough, right-click Derna. While Derna's also getting, Tobruk is getting clicked by the Allies, but it doesn't look like they've got what it takes to currently clear out the Tal. However, just losing Benghazi is going to cause them massive issues because it's a lot of supply. Oh, actually,
it's fine as long as they don't lose Tobruk. If they lose Tobruk, it's like over.
Actually, it's all about the railway. If they moved into the railway that the Italians just moved 2 divisions into, the railway south of Benghazi, they could have actually cut off supply to the northeast. Because then they would have only reached, Tripoli is level 10 naval base, whereas Derna is level 2. Or sorry, Tobruk is level 5. So it would have half their supply because they would have gotten less, but they kind of missed the opportunity.
The Italians are actually launching an offensive against Egypt.
And there you go, the fall of Paris. You know what? I was doubting these Germans. I was genuinely doubting them, but you know what? They just encircled a bunch of Belgians and French tanks
2 French
up in
tanks.
Lille. And they also encircled way
Called
more
another
French.
3 French tanks and a load more infantry in Belgium.
Exactly. They got them near Brussels and Namur. So you know what? I have my doubts about Germany, but at the very least they achieved the one thing that any Germany player should achieve, which is kill France. Or, well, they haven't yet, but they're about to, because France surely doesn't have a lot left.
French casualties, 2.1 million.
You know, the only problem I see with this is that the infantry offensive, it's going to work in France, because in France the Germans have a lot of supply. They're making use of that right now. But they've lost Africa, because they can't send more infantry to Africa. This is like the max they'll be able to send there. And even though they can, you know, somewhat survive a clicking war temporarily, once the Allied tanks get rolling, their infantry is going to get destroyed.
Yeah, North Africa is concerning.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Axis just said, look, this is a no Africa game. Italy, just try to do what you can. See if you can hold it for longer. See if you can even push them. Like, hell, you do you, but you're not going to get any support from us. We're just going to focus
Well,
on
the Romanians are down there, and I think the Romanians are looking to retake Benghazi.
I didn't think we'd see this game, but here you go. Triumph in France, and Vichy's here.
Vichy is here.
There you go, buddy.
And Germany still, like, they didn't get a huge amount from. They got full gelt. They got 3 buffs.
I mean, that's still 60 factories.
Yeah.
They got 20 civs. Was it 10 civs and 10 mils or 20 civs and 20 mils? I think it was
4. It was 4 each.
Was
for
it
each
4?
one.
I thought it was more.
Yeah.
Oh, whatever. Oh, wait, hold on. No, but I think... nah, never mind. Doesn't matter. Point is, they got a bunch of factories, and they just activated Africa Corps, which means that they're about to spawn divisions in Tunis, which they can actually reform as well. So they are sending a nice amount of troops over to Africa to hopefully help out.
Okay, the SAF tanks are making a big push into Libya.
Yeah, but in the meantime, there's a massive submarine war going on in the Central Med now. The UK just lost most of their submarines to Axis bombers. The Axis just deploying their air force over here to the Central Med. And it looks like the Italians have now started a counter-submarine campaign against the UK, and they're sinking a lot of convoys.
And Australia looks like they're going to lose a lot of their Marines. They currently getting raided in just off the coast of Benghazi because they retreated out the port.
Ooh, that's... Oh, yeah, I see the 5 troop convoys and another... Yeah, that's going to hurt. That's going to hurt. Well, to be fair, they only have 1 Marine division here left.
No, it was 4.
Oh, they only have 1 left on my screen.
Oh, they lost 3 then.
Oh, no, actually, I see 3 de-orked ones in Bardia now, so I think they got 3 of them out. It's just the one that got caught. Also, thank you, Herbsy, for calling your division's Big Smoke Stinks. I actually took a shower before this game, so... I'll have you know I don't smell that bad.
Yeah, depends on who you ask.
No, I've got great shampoo. What do you mean?
Yeah, fair enough.
Well, what are you going to sit there? You're literally in the UK, I'm in the Netherlands, and you're going to sit here and complain about my smell? What are you trying to say that I'm stinking so hard you can smell me all the way in the UK? That's just offensive, bro. That's offensive. Trust me,
sorry.
I know to use soap. I think. I'm an adult. I don't have to take this from any of you.
No, you don't.
Oh,
yeah, the Allied offensive in Libya is back. It is back and forth. The Italian divisions are losing a lot of strength as well.
They are. Also, Sean said, I can smell you from Argentina, mate. Nah, bro, that's just Terra
Okay,
del
that's
Fuego.
a bit too far.
Stay mad. You're just smelling your own ambition to play football. That's what it is. Just jealous of the glorious Dutch national team. That's what it is. Actually, Dutch women's team is doing pretty well right now.
Yeah, the Dutch women's team is doing it.
Unlike the men's team, I hope they catch up at some point.
Yeah, it'll be nice for the same thing to happen to the England's men's team.
Yeah, but you know the eternal curse, right? England can't win anything because they just
Yeah,
can't.
exactly.
Except for PUBG, apparently.
Hey,
It's something.
that was fairly clean.
Yeah,
PUBG
so,
wise.
something came home. That's the most important part. Doesn't matter what it is, as long as it's a trophy.
And the German Africa Corps has arrived.
Yeah, alongside the Free French divisions in London, I just noticed. They got a bunch of infantry divs, a bunch of garrison divs, and 2 half-equipped light tanks. Very good. Well, you know what? It's 9 divisions you didn't have beforehand. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
the French losing 2.3 million men in France was pretty painful.
Yeah, we're talking about France though, but what about the UK? You need to switch your convoy routes, mate. He's getting absolutely slaughtered in the central med right now. I think he's already lost like 100, 200 convoys in like the last 5 minutes. It's not good. I mean, unfortunately for the Allies, they just don't have the airports in the region to establish any kind of air presence over where they're currently getting convoy raided in the central med, so they're just dying.
Yeah, though Chad Greece is still holding. Not for long though.
Wait.
I think Athens is finally falling after 4 months.
Oh, this troll! The New Zealand player just switched his Marines over to have a bicycle icon.
Oh, you were hoping that somebody went bicycles.
Well, no, but, you know, it's kind of obvious when he calls his divisions Big Smoke Stinks and then gives them bicycles. If you don't know, I'm from the Netherlands, so...
Yeah.
I don't think he's referring to you, man.
No.
Also, I'm not sure if you've noticed, but have a look at Addis Ababa, or the town next to it. I don't know why, but there's 13 light safari divisions that are currently encircled by a bunch of Indian divisions that have decided that they don't want to do anything with them.
Hey, all power to them.
Alright, it looks like Africa's kind of stalled in the south, but they're pushing it in the north.
Though the German heavy artillery divisions are finally arriving.
By the way, have you noticed that combat in Greece is still going on?
Yes.
The only divisions they have on the front line are 2 sincerely under-equipped and disorganized Bulgarian divisions. There's literally 2 mountaineers, and then the other 8 are trying to break through on the islands. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, they're shifting more over.
He's figured it out. That was bad.
And Germany finally gets their ridiculous buff. Private military industrial complex.
Oh, they just got him?
Yeah, they're just getting it.
Let's have a look at this. Where is it? Oh, they're getting it now. Yeah, look at that. Max factories in state plus 60, construction speed plus 40. This is where they start going nuts. And this is why you want to kill France ASAP, because you really need that as soon as possible. How many factories are they on right now? 514.
It's a bit low, but... Oh.
Is somebody leasing fuel?
I really hope not.
I saw country fuel stockpile, that's why. I wouldn't be surprised, but hey, honestly, so far we've had a pretty stable stable game. I haven't seen any lag. We only had the 2 desyncs, so far so good, man. That's 2.5-ish hours of. Yeah, I'm gonna have a look around to see if anybody's leasing fuel, because they shouldn't be. Yeah, it's been... So, you know, like we established before, you never played Oak before. But what's the experience been so far as a spectator?
Yeah, it's... I'd be interested to actually try it. Because myself, I enjoy, like, finding optimized builds.
Yeah.
I do it in Kaiserreich, I do it in Vanilla, I do it in all the mods I play. So... I reckon it will take me quite a while with Oak, and that's sort of interesting.
Oh no, we had a crash.
Oh no, T-Biscuits and stuff.
Ah, the UK co-op.
Ah.
Yeah, no, fair enough. No, I mean, I would definitely encourage you to play the mod. It's from a gameplay perspective, I really like Oak just because it's so smooth. Like, it's definitely one of the smoothest. Hold on 1 second. Are you ready to not get black flagged? Because we have a hard join. But yeah, like from a purely multiplayer experience, it's a very smooth mod. Like, you rarely have desyncs or crashes or just lag in general, and it does reward you a lot for actually investing time and then figuring out what the most optimal builds are. And the builds themselves are pretty consistent. There's not a lot of RNG in there that's gonna mess up like your optimal build. So yeah, I've seen people push some crazy numbers with some nations that nobody else could even get close to. So it definitely pays off to have experience.
Yeah, we'll have to do some more like casual Oak games at some point.
I mean, I know of a lot of them being hosted, but yeah, no, it's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea at all. So long as you know, people aren't afraid to to join the game.
Yeah, no, like I think this is like a fairly sort of casual Oak game in the sense of none of the there are very few people who play Oak a lot in this game.
Fairly casual?
Fairly. People are taking it seriously though.
Yeah.
It's casual, but people are taking it seriously, so fairly casual.
Oh yeah, what the hell? Look at Greece. They just got back a bunch of territory. I hope that doesn't bug out when the game restarts.
Yeah, please. Yeah, I really hope that doesn't bug.
Now let me go to Bulgaria.
Yeah. What happens? Yeah, Italy. They just lost all of their Greek progress.
Yeah, hold on. I can... This is really weird. Yeah, they're moving up, of course, as well. To be fair, they only have a very small amount of divisions left, so I think it's actually easier for them now. Because they were struggling breaking through. This might
they
actually...
can now just encircle.
Yeah.
Just encircle. What's left of that?
Let me have a look. No, we're not missing anything. Very good. What's the rest of the world doing? How is Japan? Japan is doing Japan things. 400 factories, not bad, not bad. To be fair, this is also one of those mods where Japan actually gets a decent buff. How's Manchu doing?
Yeah.
Currently 50 factories. 15 on tanks, not bad. He's producing horses though. That's as a tank miner, never build horses. You don't need them. 31 factories on tanks for Hungary. Light tanks for Slovakia, because why not? Ooh, Slovakia made a mistake. He's building mills when he really shouldn't be. He's also gone for focuses he shouldn't have already. Essentially, there's a part of his tree, if you go to the Slovakia tree and you check mobilize the Slovak armed forces in the top left, all the way down to acquire the Tiger tank.
Yep.
So he went with the part of the route that... Well, I mean, the route he took isn't necessarily bad because it gives him the medium tank. Thing is, he shouldn't have done that until way later because he's missing out on all the eco focuses that he can get in the...
Yeah, point competent economists and all the civs and...
Yep. So he's really missing out on a lot of CG and whatnot. He went too greedy too early, but he's going to know later in the game.
Oh well. It's a lesson to learn next time.
Yep. Seems like Greece has sorted itself.
Well, they're currently murdering Yugoslavia, so...
Yeah, they actually left themselves open, so I hope for their sake that the Greeks aren't going to move in from the rear. I don't know why they didn't just hostile it, but whatever. And ooh, something happened in Africa. I don't know what, but the division's currently on the tile south of Tobruk. Undersupplied, taking attrition. Might be because they're moving though.
Yeah, it is because they're moving. The divisions themselves aren't there is sufficient supply there.
Fair,
Just
yeah.
about.
I don't like playing without the 3D models. It is a little annoying because you can't see
Yeah.
the movement and stuff, so you actually have to hover over it and read everything.
It is slightly annoying the fact we don't 3D models, but
Actually, is this guy not moving? No, he's not moving. That's why I don't see anything. Alright, so I love how I'm playing, or I'm observing as the UK. I'm getting the Battle for the Bosphorus music. Very good. I haven't heard
and
these
there
tracks
goes
in so long.
Yugoslavia.
Ooh, they are getting reinforcement out of 2 tiles right now. The one next to Al Jakbub, although I think they retook that. And the one south of Tobruk. I think we might actually see Tobruk fall soonish.
Yeah, this is a problem with not particularly strong infantry. It's not super expensive, super insane infantry. It is heavy artillery.
Oh, look
regular
at that. Free France is on the map as well.
Whoop,
Currently
whoop.
south of Italy, or south of Italian North Africa. Just kind of chilling, just kind of existing. Do they
Reasonable
have-
industry, 23 mil civs and 35 mil.
Yeah, essentially France just becomes a special forces / tank miner in the late game.
Yeah.
I don't think they get a massive amount of industry anymore at this point either.
Well, they managed to get a reasonable amount of industry out, so
That is very
Yeah.
true. And they can thank the
If-
Germans for that.
yeah, they can thank Infantry Germany for that.
Alright, they get 6 mils from their folks in the right side. And then they can still build a fleet. How many dockyards do they have, though? 1. Yeah, okay, that's definitely worth it. 1 whole dockyard in France. Let's go.
Let's go. Yeah, contested air in Africa. It's not looking great for access long term. Though the Slovakian tanks have turned up.
Well, see, there you go. They actually, the Axis managed to encircle a bunch of Greek divisions, and now they have an easier time pushing Corinthos. But I have a feeling, no, they are doing this. There you go. They've got red air in Greece because there's a cheeky 300 British CAS currently flying over it. That's why they're struggling.
And then there's 300 Italian tanks not in Yugoslavia, not helping anywhere else.
The Germans seem to have fully committed to their build. 150 factories on fighters, 30 on tanks, 5 on CAS, everything else in infantry equipment, and absolutely 0 tanks. They're also not researching tanks. Oh no, they got baited. Okay, for some reason my industrial tree doesn't want to work in it, or my research thing doesn't want to work in Germany anymore. Does it work in other nations? Okay, there you go. So Germany went for quality 2, which is, there's a quality management thing in Oak. And you can either go focus on quantity, which reduces your stats but gives you less supply consumption. Or you can go for focus on quality, which increases your stats but gives you an overall increase in battalion cost. Right now, you don't really go further than maybe increasing once. They're already researching number 2, so yeah.
Yeah, they're focusing on quantity 2.
I guess they really are doing their...
Yeah, I
mass
did
mobile.
say they are doing a sort of mass mobi build, and there was people going, no, might not. No, they're doing it.
Let's see how many tanks the Soviets have right now. They've got 36 light tank divisions, which are cav mixed with light tanks and field guns. This is going to be probably pure aids. Let's see. It's actually not that high in terms of stats. I'm not sure what those are for.
There is a significant problem I'm noticing.
Which is?
Germany's not researching anti-tank.
Well, I mean, heavy AA doubles as anti-tank as well.
Yeah, it does double an anti-tank, but you're talking about cost versus the stats it gives.
Mate, I don't think them not researching anti-tank is the biggest of their problems right now. Ooh, the Allies are getting counterattacked. They just lost the supply of an Al Jakbub.
Yeah.
And the
they are
German,
getting.
oh no.
They're losing Bardia as well. This German infantry swarm is
Honestly, dude, let me put it this way. If this game had happened yesterday before the artillery update came in, I think we would have already been going to the bar, saying goodbyes to our housemates, and just enjoying the rest of our night that way. But just because the game took or happened one day later after this massive artillery update came in, I think that's the only reason they're still alive.
Yeah.
I'm willing to bet money that that's the only reason they're still alive.
Yeah, it's fair enough.
Oh. Man, I really wonder how Barb is gonna go. I would honestly find it funny if they slowly but surely grind down the allies and it actually seems like they have a fighting chance, and then when Barb comes around, the Shobi's just insta-curb stomp them.
Oh, no, it would be funnier if they don't, and the grinding infantry just keeps on pushing. Because we've been shit talking the infantry a lot, but if it somehow just grinds the Soviets down, that would be very funny.
All I know, it would be an extremely long night for the both of us.
Yeah, it would be though.
I mean, I would honestly be concerned with how the hell they're gonna upkeep this manpower-wise.
Oh, it's fine.
They got 1.2 million right now, but they're all
yeah, no, they have a focus which is
every worker.
Yeah, Shauna's conscription.
Yeah, but this isn't like vanilla. It only goes to 10%.
Yeah. Though Germany hasn't actually lost that much manpower.
What's their loss in the war right now?
If you ignore the French casualties were about 350.
Oh, fair. Oh yeah, because Free France actually gets yeeted after the war, so it doesn't exist for a while. That's why the stats are removed.
Yeah, the reason why they only have 1.25 mil manpower left is they have 3.3 million manpower in the field and training. So, yeah.
This looks cursed and it shouldn't work, and I'm angry that it's working. I'm actually extremely frustrated that it's working. I don't like this. Like, the other team did everything right. They got their tanks out. Oh, everything right. For the most part, they did some stuff right. And they're just getting yoinked by a massive wall of infantry that's just... Like, this giant onslaught of Wiener Schnitzels being yeeted at them through high-velocity cannons. Disgusting.
Yeah, it is. But I think it's very much going to be a stalemate now in Africa because I think either side can get air control in the other side's air zones.
Nah, the Allies have way more fighters over here. For some reason, the Axis are splitting their air. They've got 1,100 fighters still in their own region, and then only 1,600 over the Allies, where the Allies can concentrate 3k. I think it probably has to do with range, though. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, I think it is, like the range.
Actually, no, it's not. They literally have all their fighters here. I have no idea why they're not deploying them all. I don't see any fighters that wouldn't be able to range the front. Nah, there's actually... Wait, where are the fighters coming from? I just saw 1,100 fighters here. Okay, now it's been changed. I don't know. Maybe I was looking at the wrong thing. No. Okay, they just retasked them. Fair enough. Dude, I can already tell. My team is, which are the Allies, by the way, if you guys just joined. I think they're tilting out of their minds right now. Because they're all sitting there going, man, but we did everything right, we got the tanks and everything. And now they're just gonna literally getting ran over by these dumb artillery divisions.
The thing is, the artillery divisions don't actually have great stats.
No, the problem is that the SAF tanks and the Canadian tanks have no armor. They have no hardness, so they're actually getting impacted hard by soft attack. And when you've got 3 divisions with 3 more soft attack, right-clicking into tanks with only 65%, okay, they actually have 60% hardness now. That's actually better, but still.
Yeah.
The hardness before was garbage. And some of these divisions only have 40% hardness. It's just not good enough.
It just really is.
Yeah, no, they're still taking way too much damage. That's why.
Yeah.
Oh, dearie me.
Yeah, it literally is going to all come down to air control because the Allies cannot push those infantry without air, and the Axis cannot push the tanks without air.
Well, the problem for the Axis is now also that they're massively overstacking this region. I think they're getting no, it's them converting the Allies actually. But even then, they are currently attritioning everywhere. I think they're just overstacking everything. It looks like they should have enough supply in this region, but somewhere...
Yeah, the Romanian infantry is pulling out, so are the Hungarian tanks. To resolve the supply, because, yeah, they brought the Bulgarian infantry over. They've just brought way too much.
Yeah, though, I wonder, have we... Where are everybody's tanks right now? Okay, yeah, we got 1 Hungarian tank that's being removed. What about the Slovakians? Their tanks are still here. They're just kind of chilling in ports. I mean, the one thing that's nice about using infantry for this, at the very least, they're not gonna overstack your supply that hard. Here we go. Bulgarian Patriarchate restored. Are we gonna see the 3rd Bulgarian Empire? Probably.
Come on, Bulgaria, do it.
Make sure to check on the next episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! Aw, man.
I miss you, yeah.
I don't particularly. I mean, it was fun enough, but... Man... So the Germans right now, how many divs are they sitting on? 194. Soviets are currently resting peacefully at 334 divs. They've got another 34 in queue, and... I mean, they're just enjoying a lot of equipment right now. A lot of equipment. They haven't really deployed any of their medium tanks yet, but... Oh, God. Yeah, this is where it's going to hurt. Like, you know, SAF taking hits because they only have 20 factories on tanks. Fair enough, but the Soviets currently are on 40% efficiency on 85 factories on medium tanks. They've got 200 factories on fighter planes, 25 on CAS. And they're now going to go into mechanized as well. Yeah, infantry walls all fun and games.
Oh, good in that, but yeah, against that many tanks where they can just afford to throw them at you.
Here we go. How do I get rid of this? Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I think that Africa might be exciting for.
Yeah.
This,
also, the German infantry is not piercing anymore.
They're not.
No, the French tanks have 50 armor.
That's normal in Oak Shadow Ninja. Soviets are an all build. There's a Japanese eco. Let's have a look. Japanese currently on 473 factories, and they're building carry fighters for the most part. Some infantry equipment. It's nothing.
Yeah, Japan has more civs than Germany, so.
They do?
Yes.
Oh dear. How's Manchu's tanks coming along? Why do you still have so many factories on guns? Oh wait, I'm still looking at Japan. Manchu, 28 on tanks, none too shabby. He's got 4 tank divisions. Are they somewhat equipped? 2 of them are. Very good. Honestly, though, those Manchu tanks, they can do a lot of good against the British Far East in this mod because terrain penalties aren't that big of a thing. So you can actually click stuff in the mountains and whatnot. Although you still don't really want to, you can get away with it and you can actually get some decent pushes going. So I'm excited to see what they'll do. In the meantime, Japan is sending some of these big boys, the Hohai Shidan, which are just their normal infantry with arty, over to Singapore, which as of yet is undefended, but I'm sure the Allies will fix that before Japan joins. Ooh, and Iraq is about to die. The Allies have moved in. They've actually tasked the Raj, the British Far East, to take care of that. It's going fine. In the meantime, they're taking back their tiles in North Africa. All is perfectly balanced.
Yeah, as it should be.
As it should be indeed. And the US has finally achieved 4 digits in factory numbers. He's currently sitting on 691 civs with 238 mills, and I assume he's transitioned to fully building mills. Yeah, he is.
Yeah. He's building up the infrastructure in the Pacific and also.
Only 106 dockyards, though. Those are rookie numbers, man.
Yeah.
And yes,
Well,
I told you, it's Air Soviets. There's this is an all-built mod. Sorry, what you were saying.
Yeah, Japan only has 27 dockyards.
I'm not seeing any US tanks yet, though. I'm seeing armored cars. He's building everything that you need to build tank divisions, but most of his factories right now are on infantry kits and, well, everything else. Has he researched tanks? Is he using any type of... Oh, I think I just crashed the game. There we go. No, I'm so good. He hasn't researched any tank chassis either. He's not licensing any of them, so yeah, not sure if the US is ever going to build tanks, but... Find out next episode on Yu-Gi-Oh! Spread the lead. What is he doing right now? Giving himself dockyard output and construction speed. Very good. Who needs tanks?
Yeah. Germany's proving a point. Who needs them?
Oh, wow. The US never supported China. Feels bad.
Oh, naval invasion of Malta.
Oh, gotta check that. See how it's going.
Malta is falling.
I think it's safe to say Malta has fallen. Ooh, those divs are melting under the shore bombardment in the enemy air. Boom. Well, that's going to be a hit to the UK spirit because Malta is one of the key locations they're supposed to hold on to. And the North African campaign is currently losing. And the... Where is it? Where is it? Is it? There's an overseas one.
Lifeline of the Empire. It's gone from plus 100% to plus 80%.
Yep. So every time they lose something, they actually get they get a debuff of 20%, I think it is, and the same will happen once they start losing the Pacific War. But I think the Pacific War ones are debuffs against Japan directly from, or is it the D-Day wall? I actually don't remember, because one of them gives you bonuses or debuffs against the D-Day wall, the other gives you bonuses against Japan, if I'm not mistaken.
If Japan holds the islands, it gives them buffs to. It gives the Axis buff to the D-Day wall.
Yeah, no, they actually need to gain stuff in order to get the bonuses, not lose it.
Yeah.
Fair. Yeah, I couldn't remember if it was like Japan or who else it was. But yeah, there you go. So Japan is actually valuable in this mod because if Japan takes stuff, it actually makes it way easier for the Axis to defend D-Day, which can be very beneficial. I've definitely seen it come in very handy in some games. So yeah, having a decent Japan can actually make or break you. But then again, most games where I saw Japan actually be useful, the Axis would just straight up lose in Barb.
Yeah. That is this the sort of balance problem where you have to make Soviets strong enough where they can fight the Axis, but you can't make them so strong that they can completely 1v1.
I think,
and that's just it's just a complete and it always comes down to player skill.
Oh, it does, of course. It's a skill difference thing.
Yeah.
Everybody loves to say it. Skill diff, skill diff, skill diff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there you go. Consta said be patient, Theresa, so there you go. The worst is yet to come.
Yep. I'm waiting for it.
Alright. What else do we have going on in the world that's interesting right now? Oh, South Africa has claimed all of South Africa. Very good. Are they still building? Oh, I mean, South Africa's got an LT economy now. 44 factories on mills, 52 in total, 44 on medium tanks. How is his numbers doing? He should be pretty healthy now. Yeah, he's got 200 surplus. He's got some flamers he's making. He should have some decent stockpiles at this point as well. Is he using trucks or mechanized? I actually don't know.
It looks like he's using trucks.
Yeah, his template isn't the best. He should be using one more tank, but I guess that's because he was down on tanks for quite a while.
Yeah, those medium tanks seem quite slow.
No, it's 8.6. It's normal.
No, but I'm looking at the actual division.
Yeah, but you don't look at that because that's usually bugged. You want to look at the divisions deployed in the field. It's currently 8.6, and in Oak, the max speed for mechanized is 8, so it doesn't really matter because you're always going to go into mechanized anyway.
Fair enough.
I mean, it's not just strictly air Soviets though. Like, the Soviets are going to be able to max them in air power, or match them rather. And here you have also another 100 factories on medium tanks. And why are the Soviets down 70,000 medium tanks? What are we doing here? From division reinforcement, they just changed all their lights to mediums? No? They just turned all their infantry into mediums. It's interesting. I am not sure what the Soviets are doing right now. This is is this some kind of thing they're doing to get a focus done or something, or? It doesn't look like it. It's just really weird. Like, we're looking at 150. Yeah, like, they're definitely doing that, because I have no idea why they have 154 unequipped tanks, but...
Well, I think what they're trying to do is prevent the 5-year plan Red Army finishing. Because they need... It's on the 5-year plan buffs. It's prepare the Red Army. They need 2,000 medium tanks to stockpile. Because they get 300 fighters and 500 tanks when they complete it. And it's based on the current tech you have.
Ah, yeah, but they could also just delete their cast strats or tax. So they're literally doing it the convoluted way.
Yeah, they're doing the convoluted way of not having any, like, just making sure there's never a stockpile of that.
I mean, but the thing is, with the airplanes, it's not even about having a stockpile, it's about having them deployed, so...
Yeah, that...
All you do is just not deploy your cast, but I guess they want to have a train for when war comes, but... Then again, you could literally just train it, rather than having to retrain all your infantry.
Yeah, it does seem odd.
It seems convoluted. Not even odd, like I understand why they're doing it, or at
yeah.
least the idea behind it, but... I would have done it the other way around because training airplanes doesn't take that long. Or at least it shouldn't take that long where building 150 new divisions, or retraining 150 divisions is faster. It's weird, but I guess we'll find out why and what the idea behind it was later.
Indeed we will.
Alright, come on boys, let's stop the tug of war, get the Barbarossa. It literally is just a tug of war in Africa now. Don't think either side, like you said, really has an opportunity to make any progress whatsoever. Oh! We have a really big naval battle. We got the entire British Navy, Death Stack, going up against the Italian Navy. And here you go. 0% positioning for the British. Minus 80% attack, minus 20 screening, plus 200% sub-visibility. And he's taken a lot of damage. Whereas the Italians only have a 64% positioning, which means that they still have attacking stats. However, the number difference seems that big that...
Yeah, they've lost screening efficiency. So they're just the amount of torpedoes.
Ooh, Italy just brought in a lot of airplanes though. Yeah, they're going to lose, but they did manage to quickly snipe the Hood and the Resolution to UK BBs, whereas they escaped with only one loss.
Not a great trade, but could have been way worse.
I don't think it's a favorable trade even for Italy because the UK has a lot more BB suspend. Just kind of toxic that he just joined this Pride of the Fleet. He actually lost stability over that as well. Because the UK is not on max stab. This is because he's currently got the Exchequer preparing the budget thingy. I think that's what's losing him stab. I don't remember exactly how that works, but I'm fairly certain that's what's losing him stuff. Oh yeah, by the way, the British government currently has minus 9,000 million pounds to spend, and has 11,200 million pounds in debt. Nice. Yeah, don't even question Mumiago. So, the Germans decided to go full infantry. They've got these weird divisions. This is their pushing thing. Oh, well, let me find one that actually has full stats. Do any of them have full equipment? No, let's just look at the base stats. So these are the base stats on their 1 division. And this is the heavy arty one. And they're using this thing. And they actually managed to cap France, and so far they've managed to get a stalemate in North Africa. It is extremely fucking cursed to look at. And the allies, they keep trying, but they're just not able to push it. Now, granted, this is a lobby full of newer players, so the builds are not optimized. Like, they don't have the industries they should have, the Axis miners nor the allied miners, so there aren't as many tanks as you're used to seeing. But I'm still surprised that it works. Yeah. No, like they actually legitimately captured France under, I think, that yellow air, right, Teresa? I don't even think.
Yeah, it was yellow air through the Maginot.
Yeah, they went yellow air through the Maginot, walked around to here. They couldn't actually break. They couldn't break Belgium. They only had a few tiles here, and then they walked around, broke Dijon, and then kind of pushed west from there, and circled pockets over here. Then closed it up at Amiens.
Yeah, well, France lost 2.3 million men. It was
like there was a serious grind going on there, and the Germans, like, what, they lost like 350,000, 400,000 men or something. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, right now they I think they've got some equipment issues or something. Probably lack of heavy arty. There you go, minus 7.
Yeah, it's heavy RT and heavy AA.
Yeah, obviously they've got like the massive fort bonuses, right? So that's the only reason why they went through the Maginot. But still, it was disgusting to watch because it was like this slow. Like, normally you're used to seeing tanks just kind of break through Belgium, and then you've got this click battle around Ile-de-France. This was just a slow fucking march through the Maginot, and they kind of just walked through and was like, yo, we're here now. It's been really weird to watch because it's not what I'm used to from old games, but it's definitely interesting. There you go, we're trading through Turkey. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they're going to be able to break the Allies because the tanks in the SF are just too strong, and they can't really use the terrain bonuses here.
They also just can't pierce the tanks anymore. It's kind of...
That's actually funny because the heavy arty actually, or these divisions with the heavy arty, they actually have a attack bonus in deserts as well, or attack and defense. Whereas plains and forest, hills and mountains are not that good there, but they're actually uniquely good in deserts. So once again, I think they're just I don't even think this was calculated. I think they're lucky. Occasionally Mumiago, but I'm currently hosting a server v server. Well, Teresa and I are hosting a server v server between our own communities, and we decided that we didn't want to play one of our own mods. We had a popular vote. It was between Oak 2 and Road to 56, and we ended up going with Oak 2. So it's not a usual thing, but today it's definitely today it's a one-time thing. Might play more often, might not. It depends.
Yeah. Well, Norway is they're going for Norway.
Don't they have? Don't the British still have divisions there? No,
British still are sending 11 divisions over.
Oh my god, they've got three. They've got the 3 Norwegian Panzer skips, and just kind of they, or I don't know if they're Norwegian or probably Danish, right? They should be Danish, I think, but they parked them in the Danish belts. They don't even have order, do they? So I don't even think they're projecting anything. And it's not a straight, so you can't straight block it, so I'm not sure what the idea is here. I think they might have just inherited it and doesn't even know. Oh, there you go. Look at the British Mountaineers up there. Wait. No, they also have the British tank.
That's really not good.
No.
Like, the invasion should have been launched already.
Yeah, what are they?
There we go.
Marines.
But it's too late. British tanks arrived.
I mean, they're winning for now, but the problem is that once they land, they're just gonna get clicked out by the Brits.
British tank.
Although if they get Oslo, they still have a fighting chance. I mean, here you go. They have supply, and they've got a lot of divisions to stand by.
Yeah, and the British won't have supply.
I mean, they're also successfully invading first. I think they literally got there just in time. Like, I think that if they had arrived like a minute later, they would have had this. I mean, they're still going to be fighting under red air because there's no shot that they're going to be getting an airport there anytime soon. But yeah, the British arrived just a tad too late. If they'd been there sooner, they probably could have propelled the invasion, or repelled rather.
Yeah, they can't hold the south anymore. Look at like the only place they can get supplies like Stavanger area.
Dude, I fucking hate this though. Sorry, go on.
No, you go.
No, I was gonna complain about this again because I was praising Oak for like its really fun and dynamic tank combat, and all I've been looking at is North Africa slowly but surely getting like overrun by these super slow World War I divisions. It's just kind of toxic.
Romania lost Marine in Christiansen.
Oh, did they get right-clicked out of it, or?
Yeah, they got clicked out of it by the British Mountaineers.
Yikes. However, the Brits are allowing themselves to getting convert rated by the. Actually, no. Hold on. Those were. Oh, no, actually, the Germans getting convert rated by the.
Yeah.
By the British. Not bad.
Yeah. If the Romanians take the supply hub in Ostindland and central Norway, it's very difficult for the British to push them out.
I mean, yeah, of course, because it's the only supply hub in that area, right?
Yeah, the only supply hub in that area, then the only supply hubs they'll have is Stavanger, Bergen, and Trondheim.
The thing is, it's already kind of screwed because they're currently supplying it from Trondheim, but yeah, they're about to lose it. I don't think they have a shot at holding this. I thought they were going to be able to hold on longer, but the Brits are just not in the best position.
And Allied Axis Air is now up, and they got Green Air.
Oh! Yeah, they're about to walk in, and there you go. British supply is gone, or well, the Norwegians are currently the only ones. Nah! It's actually not that bad. It's because those Norwegian AI divisions are so small that they probably don't even meet the local supply.
Yeah, the thing is, they're so small, doesn't meet the local supply net, but also means they just get pushed by the Romanians.
Oh, of course. Like, all you have to do is just spit in their general direction and they'll fall apart. But also, we were talking about the Allies losing supply in Norway, but they also just lost it in North Africa. I don't know what happened exactly. I think they moved in more divisions because they're now currently undersupplied, 93%. But the Axis also stopped pushing, kind of. They are now getting pushed back themselves, and the Allies are about to border Bardia again. It's a real back and forth. In the meantime, what are our friends in the Co-Pro doing? The Japanese have finally moved up to the British Far East borders. They don't have troops everywhere yet, but they are ready for both Malaya and India. Is Japan ready in 4 months? I mean, they've invested their whole economy into airplanes, so there's
they have.
I think
they're doing a vanilla build.
Yeah, Manchu's got 5 tanks, with a bunch of them under-equipped, so I'm not sure how they're gonna fix that. That's gonna be fine in 4 months. They're gonna be fine. They're gonna have 5 tanks, which is good. I mean, you could have more. You should have 6 or probably 7, 8, maybe 9, but it's something. What about the Axis tanks? Let's see.
We got 2 Hungarian tanks.
Yeah, the Hungarians have way too few civs, only 21. It's not good. And yeah, the Slovakians are even worse, man. Like, I said at the start, like, they didn't have enough civs. They should have had, like, roughly 30 to 40 civs coming out of Czechoslovakia. And that would have netted them at least, like, 10 more mils right now. But he also went about his focus tree the wrong way, because he thought, like, oh, I'm going to rush having 1 useless tank division in the field by immediately rushing down German assistance, when he should have just gone down his economy tree. And this is now why he's so far behind. And these are all 35-day focuses, and instead of getting the ones that are actually useful, you know, giving you extra factories, which he really needs, he decided, I want more stability.
Yeah.
Well, more monthly population.
It's not the best.
No.
Though Romania is absolutely destroying Norway.
Yeah, I'm
now
surprised.
I think the British are pulling back to try and defend Bergen, but that's it. They're just pulling out the rest of it.
I mean, they should be, because they're about to get cut off, actually, if they're not careful. The Romanians just clicked order their guy into Bergen, but I think the Brits are going to get there on time. It looks like it right now. But yeah, Norway's over party. They are not going to be able to hold that. Alright, well, while there's a little lull in combat, I'm going to quickly take 5 minutes, so I'll be right back.
Alright. Whoa. Very early attack from Japan.
Oh, right. Sorry about that.
Welcome back to Japan declaring war.
Perfect. Timing is impeccable as always.
Yeah.
All right. So the real question is, are the Nope, they're not.
No.
I think Malaya is going to fall relatively fast. Although, no, it looks like now that they're back at the forts, they're actually holding on decently. I mean, these are level 9 forts.
We're gonna see how things go, but I don't think India will fall anytime soon because they have initial war enthusiasm.
Yeah, they also you shouldn't get fisted given that Japan only has like 1k fight. No, Japan has 3,000, 4,000 fighters. They only have this little deployed though, because they have.
Wake gone.
They've got 2.1k in stockpile, but they only have 1k deployed for some reason. It's weird. I don't know why Japan has invested so many factories into airplanes and then hasn't deployed them. He literally has 150 on airplanes. He has 2k in stockpile, but he's not deploying them. Yeah, okay. Africa.
Well, the US have lost Wake.
I'm not surprised. They got that initial buff. Like, it's pretty strong. There's not much the UK can do, or the US can do about that.
Yeah.
Because if you just have a look at the Japanese buffs as well, like they get extra defense and attack on core territory. They should have the temporarily Tora as well, which is incredibly strong. They got it until July, so if the US is smart, they're giving the Japanese a wide berth right now.
Yep.
Yeah, the whole US Navy is just chilling in California right now, as it should be.
Yeah. If the US lose Guam and Midway, then there'll be problems. But right now, I don't think there is any.
No, they've sent out submarines as well, so they should be able to. I think they're just gonna try to interdict some convoys, not lose too much, and just kind of control the damage until they can actually go in and fight the Japanese, because you do not want to engage them under Tora. It's disgustingly strong. If you guys haven't seen it, here it is. Like the naval bombing and whatnot is pretty strong. On the other hand, the Japanese don't have that many airplanes deployed, so the US should, or the Allies, should relatively easily be able to counter them. One thing I'm curious about, has the US, please tell me. Okay, he is now, I think that's an airplane thing actually. I don't think he's building.
Well, they're pushing Malaya, so.
Well, yeah, they've got that plus 50% damage to force penalty, or bonus, so I think they probably didn't, they did enough damage. Yeah, Malaya's gonna fall. It's weird to me that I'm just seeing so little tanks from the Allies as well. I think this might just be an infantry slugfest by the end. I mean, the only Allied tanks I'm seeing are SAF and Canada, and, well, the French, but can't really...
Yeah, they are all still in North Africa.
Yep. They've got nothing down here, and I'm hoping the Raj can hold against this, but I'm afraid that once those...
60% core attack and defense buffs go, then...
Well, not just that, also when the divisions come in that are currently taking out Malaya, because Japan has like 30 divisions down there. Once those come in and start playing around on their border, I don't think they're going to hold for too long.
Yeah.
Although, I don't like the Manchu tanks in the jungles here. He's just literally losing so much to attrition right now. 48%.
Yeah, because he has 22% supply.
Yeah, but even then, there's no reason for him to be here. Just put your tanks on the border with the Raj and just kind of wait, man.
Yeah.
Let the infantry slug this out. Like, look at how many tanks he's losing just moving around here, man. It's painful to watch. And he's achieving nothing because all he's doing is moving with the tank line, and he's just losing so much to attrition.
Yeah, he's already lost 40 tanks to attrition.
Yeah, it's not really worth it, especially not with this small boy economy. I don't think he has much of a stockpile, does he? No, he does not. He's in a deficit of 200. Yeah, Malaya's about to fall. Like, they're gonna walk into Singapore for free. The British are trying to force attack into it, but it's not gonna change a damn thing.
Yeah, those divisions are just going to die because of force attack.
I think they're actually currently trying to get out, because you can see a lot of them are currently deorged, moving to the next province, but they might get encircled in a second here.
Well, they got Manchu tanks and also moving into Singapore. So
What's up, what's he go? Yeah, I don't think they're gonna be able to into this for
that's yep,
long.
that's
Oh,
what
there you
that
go.
was.
Well, I mean, it's not that many divisions, but still, it's a nice encirclement. The Japanese have officially taken Singapore. The Manchu tanks did up doing something. They ended up driving into Singapore, creating an encirclement, but I think the encirclement was already pretty much guaranteed.
Yeah, it was already
anyway.
secure, so...
Yeah. Bit of a waste of equipment, but...
Japanese have made a small foothold into Papua New Guinea.
Yeah, they naval invaded that as well, but I think that should be a relatively easy gain for them as well. It doesn't look like they're going to be doing... I don't think the Australians are going to be doing too much about that, and what's even worse is that Australia has not covered all its ports. Japan could literally naval invade into Darwin for free. Yeah, I know it's normal, but I don't like Manchu just ruining his own tank divisions there. It's kind of a waste. Alright, update from Africa. Still the same.
The Grindfest is still... Oh wait, a Grindfest.
Yep, it's still a Grindfest. What about U.S. tanks though? When does the U.S. normally?
All we had to do
are they
was
gone?
follow the damn train, CJ.
Yeah, the Germans are actually gone. They're probably all moved to Barb at this point. Norway is just
yeah, it does look like. Yeah, it does look like they're bearing with Bob. And I will be back in a few minutes.
Yeah, go for it. Norway's just German now. I mean, the Romanians have been walking through there for quite a while. I think they just right-clicked this one division up to Tromso, and it was like, that's enough. But yeah, the Germans have moved off, and look at this all-German D-Day wall, boys. Oh, they haven't secured La Rochelle yet. I'm hoping that they will do that at some point. For now, though... I don't know, man, because the Soviets do seem prepared. The Soviets have 323 divisions. Hopefully soon they're actually going to convert these back into infantry and get their mediums up. They should have roughly 20,000 medium tanks in stockpile now, if not more, because I think they had a deficit of minus 65k when they started. And they've been building them with how many factories? 140 for a while now, making 15 a day. Why didn't they create Croatia? No reason for them. Oh, look at that, the Axis made a slight incursion, but they're just getting right-clicked by the tanks again. And the fighting here just doesn't seem worth it. Like, if I was the Axis, I would probably just kind of stand still here and just enjoy life. Ah, I see, they've invested everything into this now. They've sent all their air forces over to Africa to try and challenge the British. At the moment, they're trading favorably because they've got better stats on their airplanes, or at least on a majority of them. And they are turning back quite the cast. Doesn't have that many Hurricanes here. But still, I don't think this is enough. Even under yellow air, like, the defender's advantage is just a little too high. Especially because the allies have tanks that now are barely taking damage. They've got okay stats, like look at that, 1400 attack. Soft attack, sorry, 1000 heavy attack. Like, they've got enough stats. Yeah, this just seems kind of like a distraction from the Italian end. When is Barb? It's 22nd of June. All the Germans have to do is kick in the door and the whole rotten structure will come crashing down. No, all they gotta do is click this button and this declares... Sorry?
Yeah, sorry. It'll come crashing down on them.
Oh, no, in the description of Operation Barbarossa, it just says will come crashing down.
Yeah.
I think they may have
with this build
quote.
On them.
I think the Soviets at this moment have roughly 25,000 medium tanks, so... Yeah.
Yeah, Midway has fallen.
Of course it has. Actually, I don't know. So the average tank division right now has... So they've got 109 divisions times 33 on average. They actually have way less tanks than I thought they would. Unless some of them... Oh, some of them have more equipment, okay. So 109 times 50... That's the number of tanks they probably have in total. Might be a little more, might be a little less. Alright. Yeah, Japan gets, Japan gets boosts when they... for every island we capture that is listed, we receive a bonus, and the enemy a malus. So, once they capture, or whenever they take X amount of these islands, they get bonuses, which makes them stronger. And it makes the allies weaker, because the allies get a debuff, if I'm not mistaken. Where is it? Where they get a debuff in the Pacific War, and... I don't know if Unprepared for War is actually a UK or US specific thing or not. Let me have a quick look. Where's the D-Day one actually? I don't remember if it's on Germany or on the Allies.
I think it's on Germany. Yeah, Festung Europa.
Oh yeah, there you go. The defense of Europe will be affected by how well Japan is doing in the east, as well as the survival of the Italian fascist regime. The following islands in the east, if held by Japan, will increase the defense level of Festung Europa, and allies will also receive additional debuffs if Japan manages to capitulate these countries, which is DIE, India, Philippines, which is misspelled in this, Philippines, and Australia. Okay. Wow, capturing New Zealand gives you nothing. I like it.
Well, that's depressing, isn't it?
No, we don't care about New Zealand here, apparently. Very unfortunate. Alright, yeah. Okay, so, what do you mean New Zealand doesn't exist? There's literally a little bastard on here called his division's, Big Smoke Stinks. Fair enough. Alright, the Allies managed to gain a tile in Africa, and they're about to lose it again. Amazing. And wait, hold on. Did the Japanese get an... Oh, look at that.
They got encircled in Papua. And then, yeah, they lost 5 divisions.
Well done, New Zealand and Australia. Well done. By the way, Guam is really big in this. I only just noticed this.
Yeah. Lots of attrition on Guam.
Yeah, it's because they're getting converted left, right, and center. Yeah, I know. It's not just Guam, because Wake Island is actually bigger here as well. Saipan is just bigger.
And if you look at the air zones, that's actually quite interesting as well.
Yeah, you got specific air zones for Guam and Saipan and stuff, yeah. And then a specific one for Hawaii. Specific one for Midway. Okay, that's pretty dope. I've actually not seen that before. Don't think I've ever paid attention to it. Also, why are they still chilling here around this? Why don't you just take it? Are you going to use it for planning bonus? What's the idea? Are any of them moving? Okay, no, they're moving into it. Ah, my neighbor across the street is being a weirdo again. There you have it. The actual invasion of Hawaii. And they're about to land. They just landed in the province next to Honolulu. And I think they're about to land in Honolulu as well. We estimate the battle will take less than a day. They're about to get yoinked. There you go. Hawaii is now in the hands of Japan.
The Japanese. Oof.
Yikes.
That is not good.
Nope. Which is this one? Is that Midway? Oh yeah, that's Midway.
Yeah. Pacific War, 3% consumer goods additional to America.
Oh, that's probably like 100 civs lost or some bullshit.
Yep, 3% consumer goods, minus 15% stability.
He's currently got Jesus Christ. 213 consumer goods factories. There you go, invasion of Borneo. Yeah. Invasion of, well, Hawaii was already ongoing. This is just the Philippines being under supply because everything is in a level 1 naval base zone. Yikes, Falker, you're gonna have your work cut out for you. Well, he hasn't fucked up really because he's got like massive debuffs against him. Starting with Japan having Tor and stuff. That is true though, they currently haven't taken any rubber yet, but they have just landed in Borneo, which I think does have some. Oh, it's only 83. The important
Another
rubber...
push in North Africa, which is doing actually something. They've advanced 3 tiles. And they're they've encircled Bardia.
Okay, not bad, but they are not doing anything with it just yet, although they did just kill 1 infantry division. However... Oh,
and they've landed in Derna.
Nice, okay guys. They also landed south of Benghazi. If they can link up, that would actually be very nice. I think that's also the plan, probably.
Yeah, I think that is the plan. I just don't see them doing it right now.
I mean, it depends. If the Spanish intercept the divisions coming in from Derna, they might, but for now, they're just going to keep moving. However, them losing Tobruk, or not having Tobruk, is a pain in the ass. They need to link up the tanks.
Yeah, they need to take Tobruk.
Or, no, well, the
Or
Talsa.
encircle it.
Well, that
They
works
took
too.
taken Tobruk and just killed the divisions garrisoning it.
Oh shit, they might actually... Okay. Australia is about to lose half his manpower here, but in return...
But North Africa.
I mean, the Allies are currently beelining it for Benghazi. They have almost got El Jakbub or El Jakbub encircled, or at least taken the town, which is a massive gain as well because it's their nominal supply hub on the front. This could actually.
And Mus is taken. They're gonna save the Australian Marines.
No way! Oh yeah, they actually right-click the tank with their. They right-click the tank with the UK Marine, and the UK Marine is about to move in, and that is it. Indeed, the Australian Marines are saved, and the Axis are now in dire straits because they are 100% about to lose Africa. The Allies bided their time. They built up their forces here, and there you go. It actually paid off because they're about to walk in and, well,
Kill
once
a
and for all,
lot.
kill a lot of Italians, yeah.
Yeah, these are a lot of Italians.
And in the meantime, it's the 25th of May, so the Axis are currently preparing for Barb, and I don't know if going into Barb, having just lost North Africa, is really worth it. And yeah, true. They need to finish this a little faster. I've got a bar to go to, you're right.
Yeah.
But nah, I'm liking this from the Allies. Like, it looked like for a while that they were really struggling, but I think it was a move in air or them finally getting the upper hand over Axis air that just compounded their ability to take Africa. And there you go. We have another 9 Italian divisions that are encircled. They lost a railway gun indeed. The Axis did. Oh no, it's 12 or 10 Italian divisions that are about to get encircled, and they are currently getting destroyed. Well done.
Yeah, and the Italian army is gone.
Yep, and here we've got the Allied tanks racing for Tripoli. Do the Italians have anything prepared there?
Nope.
Nope. The only division that's still holding it is 1st Twingos, which is a Vichy French tank division that is currently getting evacuated. Oh no, they're about to get intercepted by the UK fleet.
No, they're not in the war.
Oh, aren't they?
Nope.
Oh no, right. Vichy is aren't they volunteer?
Yes.
Then why did they have their tanks? Wait, they have tanks in North Africa, but they don't have any volunteers sent to Germany. No, I think they did join the war, right? Yeah. I was about to say. No, they're just not in the war yet. Alright, Keegan.
Whoa. 1.25 million dead Italians?
I mean, that's none too shabby, and look at who did the killing. Sure, there are some nice UK casualties in there because he closed and finished up a lot of those encirclements, but yeah, it's the 350 Canadian and 280 SAF kills that you want to look at. That's the big one. That's very well done from the Allies. Very well done indeed.
Yep. The Africa campaign is finally over, so they have that secured.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely a nice boon for them. The only thing that I'm still not liking is the fact that the US is not building a single tank. Like, at the very least, they should be building them now to lend-lease them to the Allied miners so they can actually use them. But no, instead he's invested 70... What? The US has 75 factories on trains. And he's currently building 2.5 a day. Yeah. I'm not making this up. So somebody somewhere has absolutely no trains, and I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it's the Soviets.
No.
Doesn't appear to the Soviets.
India is lacking some.
Yeah, the trains need to arrive on time, but how many of them need to?
Yeah, exactly.
India's lacking some. SAF is fine. Australia's lacking some, but yeah, let's have a look at the lend-lease.
It's some. It's not 25 mils on.
He's only sending convoys to SAF right now. Oh no, SAF is supporting the US. The US isn't sending lend-lease anywhere, so yeah. Anyway, I really don't know what's going on there. That's all I've got to say. Anyway, here we go. We got the so what are the buffs that the UK just got for this? So the UK actually just got attack bonus against country, and I think the entirety of the Allies just got attack bonuses against Japan. So we thought they were doing well, but these bonuses might actually come in really handy in the defense of the Raj.
Yeah, it is 5%.
I mean, look, 5%. It's not gonna make
5% is 5%.
Them, but it's 5% in a game that's all about, you know, the maths of everything. Oh yeah, by the way, if you should just join the war, I think, because
Yeah, the UK declared war now.
yeah, but you know, 5% in a game that's all about values. You know, it all adds up together, and at some point, it's gonna be useful. Yeah, exactly. It's 5%, like an extra battalion of infantry. Yeah, but I mean, an extra battalion is still more stats than you had before that. I don't think they're making any trains for a GTA character to follow now. At least you wouldn't be doing that with 75 factories.
I am looking at the train requirement for Germany. Is US making trains for Germany?
At this point, I don't know, man. He very well might be.
Because Germany has 40 mills on trains. To keep up with the absurd train requirements.
He's got 500 in stockpile now. Shit. Oh yeah, this is actually funny. So right now, because of Japanese progress, if you click on the Atlantic Wall tiles, you'll see that they have a plus 30% invasion penalty because of Japan's progress, but then they have a minus 30% penalty because of the progress in Africa. Yeah, I think all the UK needs to do is take back Malta, right? That should also give them a bit of a bonus because the...
that helps with their core attack and defense on the home territory.
Yeah, there's so many little like modifiers here that I honestly I kind of lose it, like which belongs to what. They do now have 7.5% against Japan, so that's going to keep increasing as well as they clear up the rest of Africa. They're currently moving in the very east as well. They already secured Iraq before, now they're just securing the rest of the Vichy territory. And they're just running rampant now across the northwest, so that's all going to be secured in a matter of moments as well. So, I honestly, after I saw how effective the infantry was in France, I think you expected as well. I honestly thought that they might be able to do a little more, but obviously after then the Germans pulled out, the Italians, as usual, were just not enough to hold back the Allied onslaught, and then tanks won the day in the end anyway. Oh, and the Soviets have finally created their tank divisions now. It looks like they have 24 at the moment.
And they are mostly soft attack tanks, which makes sense.
I mean, yeah, they probably heard from the Allies that the Axis doesn't have many tank divisions. Oh yeah, look at that 750 base soft attack, but then they still have 450 hard attack, so they'll still be able to do plenty of damage to the few tanks that the miners have.
Yeah.
Soviets are no focus. Is that for a reason? Probably doesn't look like they've got much left to do. Although they still haven't done the Gulag operation. Hello? What about colonizing Siberia, man?
And Germany still hasn't done the every worker a soldier.
Shaking my head.
He's on service by requirement, which is costing him factory output, construction speed.
Yeah, the funny thing is the Soviets are also on extensive con, but they have 5.2 million manpower available. Not sure if I entirely agree with them moving off of limited con because they're losing stats on their factories from this, but yeah.
Well, if you want a funny thing, Germany has 7.4 million men in the field.
I literally just looked at it, yeah.
Germany does not give a shit.
Yep, and they've got another 20, 40 divisions in training, and there we go!
Yeah,
finally,
Barbarossa.
it's happened! Operation Barbarossa. Now we're finally going to see how effective those Germans are. We've got the Soviets insta-clicking all their decisions, I hope. Let's hope they hold on to Moscow and Stalingrad and get all their spawn-ins as well. Yeah, they've got a whole bunch of decisions to click. And there you go, Zaradina, Zastalina. They can now relocate all their industry as well. I mean, this is, I guess, the one thing that's nice about Infantry Germany. All you have to do is just turn on, yep. You just got one massive order and you just turn it on. It's like, yep, this is Barb, boys.
Yeah, this is Barb. Right.
This
click the button.
Whoever's playing Germany co-op is literally the Netflix co-op that you normally have in the US.
Netflix and Germany.
Yeah, literally. So the Japanese, they ended up getting Borneo Borneo, but they haven't achieved much since. They do own Hawaii, but I'm expecting that the Americans are going to start thinking about doing something back against them soon, because in 2 weeks they're about to lose the Tora buff. And there you go. Yeah, exactly. You just click the button and went to bed. I mean, what else is he gonna do? If it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
Yeah, exactly.
One thing that I'm slightly concerned about, though, is the Soviets, they didn't train a single of the tank divisions. They're all untrained. All green.
Yeah. I'm not too worried for them.
Nah, but it just, I don't know, it kind of looks bad, man. I kind of expected them to at least put some effort into training their tanks just for the extra stats, but on the other hand, the base 750 soft attack is already going to do wonders for them when they walk into the German lines. What's the air like on Barb? So, Soviets are sitting pretty on 15,000 fighters at the moment, with the Axis being able to deploy. Let's have a look. What do the Axis have? Oh god. So, at least Germany has 1/5 of the Soviet fighters.
Yeah, that's what trading poorly in Africa does for you.
I mean, I think it was the Italians trading for the most part, because they have 3 4K fighters of their own, but yeah. Also, the invasion penalty caused by the Japanese is now plus 40. The invasion penalty reduction from Africa is now minus 60, so they effectively have a minus 20% invasion penalty reduction.
Yeah.
All the allies need to do now is just kind of chill, hold on, because I don't think that they're going to steamroll the Soviets at all. Just take back their stuff from Japan, maybe even just go into the mainland and cap Japan, although they do have some bonuses, I think, in core attack, and then just kind of vibe. There you go, we're seeing Soviet tanks arriving on the front lines now. And, I mean, the Germans, obviously, they've got the advantage in soft attack, because these Soviet divs, they're only toting 250 defense. In this combat, they'll be... I wonder where the air advantage is. I don't think... They might not have any cast deployed here, but yeah.
Well, the entire Axis Air Force is deployed towards the Baltics.
Oh, dude, neither Axis nor Comintern has their air deployed in eastern Poland. So the Comintern has all their air focused on Baltic states, Belarus, and Western Ukraine. And the Axis has it focused on the Baltic states. Yeah. So no wonder the infantry is getting clapped here. Like, they're fighting under no air. And for their sake, getting some cast up there, maybe some fighter support would be nice, especially while they're not even fighting in Belarus.
And Hungary's just deciding, I want to burn tanks. His tanks are in the marshes.
Of course they are, because what's the more logical area to put your already understrength tanks, because you've been trading them horribly in Africa the whole game. Also, yeah. Casablanca looks very cursed at the moment.
Yeah, it does.
Dear, oh dear, oh dear. I'm gonna have a look at Japan, see if they've actually been able to do anything. I don't know if there's any combat going on right now.
No, it doesn't look like it.
They're planning some naval invasions to Sulawesi, but... yeah, at the moment it seems like there's kind of a stalemate here. I'm actually curious if the US Navy's decided to move out yet, because if I'm not mistaken, Tora should be gone. Yeah.
Yeah, and the fact Japan has 30 dollars versus 106.
Yeah, but I mean, that was always going to be the case. Okay, so the US is just booming BBs and some cruisers, it's nice. But what about the Navy? Okay, so the US has actually decided to engage Japan. They've got... one of their navies got absolutely fucking demolished, I think, because I'm seeing a lot less ships than they had before this. Or they split off... No, they split off their DDs to use them as convoy protection. But they still have one of their big fleets, 6 CVs, 12 BBs, 10 CAs, 26 CLs, and they're currently patrolling around, and they've almost found the Japanese Navy. But they seem to have moved out on time, unless I'm not seeing the battle right now.
Yeah. Well, Japan does have 21 carriers.
Yeah, but what are 21 carriers going to do for you?
Exactly.
I mean, that's probably where he's going to deploy those 5 million, whatchamacallit, carrier fighters that he's not got deployed. Has he actually deployed them in the meantime? Okay, this is so weird. He still only has 1,400 fighters deployed. While he's sitting on a stockpile of 5,000 carrier fighters. I don't get this. He's also sitting on a stockpile of 800 casts. Alright, back to Operation Slow Barbarossa. They're actually slowly pushing through the marshes just by virtue of the infantry just being This massive wall of death. But they are about to, oh, they're running into the first Soviet tanks, and guess what's happened? There you go! We got the first encirclement in Krivoy Reed. That's 4 Axis divisions dead. Granted, there's a lot more where that came from, but... I mean, if the Soviets keep dealing with them like this... Like, the worst part is the majority of Axis infantry is actually on D-Day. They've got 235 in the D-Day wall. And they've only got 169.
Looks like there's going to be another encirclement of another potentially 10 German divisions.
I mean, that's all you gotta do here as the Soviets. You just gotta whittle them down. They don't have the manpower. Like, that's the worst part. They're doing this all-out infantry fight when Germany only has 200,000 manpower left. They're gonna run out of manpower before anything else. I mean, they're currently doing underground factories as well, which is all fun and dandy, but did they get their manpower? No, of course they didn't. I mean, the worst part is, by the way, Teresa...
Yeah.
All they're going to get from that manpower law is, yeah, sure, their factories are going to work faster again, but they're only getting 1% of a critical pop.
Yep.
Which means...
Which is another 800k.
Yeah. Which is very cool, but...
Not enough.
Not by a long shot. And no, Morocco does not have chickenpox, in case you were wondering. I don't know where the question came from, but yeah. There you have it. Man, they're just walking into those tanks and they're just getting demolished. I love it.
All of Kiev? I was surprised Kiev fell. They had tanks on that.
Yeah, but that's the only thing they have tanks on as well. And it instantly got taken back. And there you go. Now they're just thinning out the front. And this is just a Shadow Classic. No, it wasn't ours. You sent it 5 minutes ago. Don't at me. But this is just a Shadow Classic. He keeps the area in Cherkasy-ish. He keeps it open of infantry to kind of bait the enemy in, and then he just drives around with his tanks and just encircles anything that dares walking into that pocket. I'm thinking it's Grey, probably microing the north, Constantine's right in the center, and Shadow in the south. And Shadow is probably going to be the one switching between fronts, taking everything. The Soviets do their decision. Which decision? I mean, they've got many decisions, and I think they've done everything relevant.
Oh, we're looking at the classic Mykolaiv encirclement. 1 Bulgarian, 1 German division. Gone.
I mean, yeah, the Soviets haven't really lost territory that they normally wouldn't lose, so I think he did all his all his decisions, yeah. Like, he shouldn't have any issues doing them because the Germans have no shot of ever getting through. Also, by the way, look at this. The Soviets currently sitting on 1,000 factories versus the Germans 924. That's not ideal.
Yeah, that...
The Axis as a whole will have more factories because I think they're sitting at like 1.8. Yeah, 1.8, but... Oh, the Japanese Navy just got blown up apparently. So did we miss that engagement between the US and Japan?
I believe we did.
Where did they get blown up? I gotta see this. I think I might have missed it. Let's see if the US still has the battle. No, the battle's already gone. Okay, apparently it was near the Solomon Islands, so it's where the... Or are they still in combat? No, they're not. So it's around where the US is operating before, but they just got absolutely hammered. Fair enough. US Navy lost... nothing. They lost a few CAs and a few DDs.
Yep. Japan lost entire support fleet. All they have left is carriers, basically.
Did they actually lose everything but the carriers?
They lost... well, they lost all their battleships.
Do they even have... What kind of planes? All they have is half-ish planes on these carriers. And he does know he gets like a massive sortie penalty bringing all of this in, right? Actually, I'm not sure. Does Oak still have the sortie penalty, guys? In the same way that Vanilla does? Or is that changed as well? Because I've never played a naval major in Oak before. Or not where I was managing the Navy. So I'm actually not sure what the CV stuff is like. Okay, 6 carriers max, so you guys increased it from 4 to 6, fair? Yeah, I'm not really sure why you would send 22 carriers in one death stack.
Yeah, no, the thing is, they sent 22 carriers in, and they didn't upgrade Yamamoto. If you look at Yamamoto, he doesn't have flight deck management, facility efficiency.
But why would you build 22 carriers to begin with?
There is some meme builds which work with it, but they intentionally avoid major naval battles.
I mean, if you do that constant, then they just function as airfields would. So the planes deploying from the extra carriers, he asked, or he said, I've always wondered what happened if you kept 15 out of the battle and just run them on naval missions. They would behave the same way as land-based airplanes do. I mean, yeah, they would have 100 efficiency, but that's not weird, because you often have islands in the neighborhood where you're fighting with your navy that also have 100% efficiency. So it doesn't really do that much different. They said they were focused on China and forgot that they were building carriers. I mean, hold on, Funka, can you also ask them, just do me a favor, can you ask them why they're sitting on a stockpile of 5,000 carrier fighters that they haven't deployed? Like, have they also forgotten that they put their entire fucking industry on airplanes? Like, what? They invested their entire industry in airplanes and we're like, oh yeah, deploying them? Nah, bro. What would you do that for?
They also have 1,000 cats. Like, they could kill India so easily right now.
I'm not sure about easy, but they could definitely...
They could kill it.
Well, the thing is, right, you gotta respect the allies here. Because the allies, they've got 5K airplanes, which they could use to counter the Japanese, well, the allies, I'm talking about the British, of course. And then the Soviets, for some ungodly reason, are sitting pretty on 15,000 airplanes.
Yeah.
How much do they have in stockpile in terms of planes? I'm actually curious.
Oh, massive encirclement in the center.
Okay, yeah, the Soviets, it's just disrespectful.
Soviets just encircled.
Ooh, look at that. That's roughly 30 divisions.
Of 10 Romanian divisions and 9 Germans.
I mean, the Axis is
11
actually...
Germans.
The Axis is actually desperately trying to get them out, but the tanks are just too much for them. Especially those sitting in like the plains and the urban tiles. Nothing they can do, and they just got overrun. It's done and dusted.
Well, when the Axis are trading it at Soviet, like reverse Soviet levels of casualties.
Yeah, it's disgusting. How is Germany doing manpower-wise? They still have 170k left. Oh, they stopped trading as well. I think they ended their training queue.
Yeah.
Because they think they had 7.5 or something.
Yeah, but they've lost. They've lost to the Soviets 800k.
Jesus. Yeah, no, the Germans are about to run out of manpower because I don't think they have any more buttons to click, which gives them more manpower.
They have more manpower. It's
1%.
They can get 1%, and then they can get volunteer workers another 1%.
Oh yeah, they've got the Arbeitseinsatz.
Yeah.
Very good. Why are they not clicking every worker or soldier? I don't get it. Just do it now. Get it over with. Start building up that manpower. Germany should have... Yeah, I know Germany should have way more fighters, but they've got 7k. To be fair, the Italians also have fighters deployed. They've got 3.3, so they would be on tank at least.
If they really want to, they can go down from German war economy to partial mode for another 1%.
Yeah, I get that he's not fighting anybody, but don't you want them, I don't know, trained for when you do have to fight somebody? Like, you can just sit them on the home island of Japan and just exercise them? That's what every other player would do. Oh, by the way, the Japan main was the one saying, I know about the fighters, but we are not fighting anyone. Well, you know what they say? Good preparation is half the battle. Well,
yes.
What do you mean lack of airfields? You can literally... Okay.
Build them!
It doesn't matter if it's a level 1 airfield. You can put millions, literal millions of airplanes on a level 1 airfield that's in the middle of buttfuck nowhere, exercise them, they don't take attrition or more attrition than they would normally, and efficiency doesn't matter because they're exercising. Finland's doing good. Are they? It looks like, to me, like they lost Viperi and...
Well, they didn't start with Viperi.
Oh yeah, like it's taken in the first war, yeah. No, but they have lost 2,000 Usima. They gained a few in the east, but that's also because the Soviets are just not defending it. They're defending it behind the line. You build infra for resources on South Sakhalin. Let's have a look. No. Yeah, Funka, you might want to tell Japan to look at South Sakhalin. Just saying. And ooh, look at this. Oh no, it is starting. It is starting. Look at the Soviet tanks down in Minsk. I think they're about to go for a really dreadful encirclement. We've got another 11 German divisions that are about to die in Hostomel. They got encircled there as well.
Oh no, this...
Yep, but...
New NK... Oh god.
There we go. We got the spawn-ins, boys. Let's go. We got 11 spawn-ins.
11 spawn-in divs.
There you go. Just heat them somewhere. Do your thing. But nah, I was more so talking about the north, man. Like... I'm sure Shadow is the one microing the south, because the south seems like it's moving a lot. Oh, dude. Look, just look west of Hostomel, man. Like, there are divisions
Yeah.
bunched up all over the place.
It's pretty bad. And they're going to encircle the center again.
Oh, and the Soviets, by the way, they started the war with 24 mediums. They now have 27 mediums. Make that 20 or 30 actually, and another 16 light tank divs, and they're using the light tanks in the south.
Yep. Well, goodbye 1.2 million Germans.
Oh, and the Soviets are only on 500,000 casualties. This should be the other way around.
Yeah.
And there you go. Germany has officially, or is officially, about to run out of manpower. There's 15k left. And they're probably going to start leading divisions on the D-Day war or something, because they're going to need to keep up with this somehow. I'm surprised that they haven't moved any D-Day divisions or like the Norwegian divisions over to Barb, because they're going to need them. There you go. Gentlemen, you wanted the total war, and here you have the total war. Does this give him extra manpower? Just having a look.
Mobilizing recruit Volksturm divisions.
Of course, there you go. He's recruiting the Volksturm.
And we got the winter offensive.
Yeah, they're about to get their asses handed to them.
Yeah. That's another 8 German divisions and 3 Romanians encircled.
Ah, yes, time for the Panzerfaust for all, guys.
Yes.
Oh, okay, Tommy started trolling the UK, man. He started clicking the French resist. Oh my god, here you go. Oh, it's a tiny one. It's a tiny encirclement, but still very nice. Soviets grab another 10 divisions, including 2 Romanian Marines, aptly named skill issues, because it seems like our Romanian friend is currently lacking the skill to get his divisions out safely.
Yep.
And oh, there you go. Look at this. I saw it coming already, but here you've got the Sally Horsk encirclement about to pop up. You've got tanks coming in from the south. You have tanks in the north, keeping the infantry occupied. They're only 2 tiles away right now from connecting. And when that comes in, that's the bulk of the center gone. And that's just another massive blow that the Germans can't do anything about. They're willing to bring in more divisions.
When you get Bagrationed in 41.
Yeah. I think, yeah, by the way, this is the best flex of all. The Soviets have actually gone down a... Oh, no, actually, no, sorry, they haven't. I thought they were on Luminicon. No, okay, they're still an extensive con, but still. This is not Operation Bagration. This is better.
Yeah.
What's the U.S. Island Hopping Spirit? Let's have a look. Is it this one? Oh, it's paratrooper training. I actually don't know which one it is, so I'm actually having a look around. Instead of looking at the war, which I probably should be doing. Oh, guys, I have sad news. The Manhattan Project is 0% towards completion. Oh, wow. The US currently has minus 70% factory output.
Oof.
And minus 20 staff, minus 20 war support, 7% consumer goods, and... yeah, that's just... that's not looking too hot. That's not looking too hot.
So, yeah, US is getting seriously hampered by the Japanese. And the fact that they have no rubber.
Okay, but one thing they are doing, I mean, no, they still have rubber. They've got the entire south of Indonesia, which is like 500 rubber.
Yeah, well, on the second, yeah, US air production is cut in half, though.
But he is currently naval invading, let's have a look, he's naval invading Wake Island, and it has no garrison, so they're going to take back Wake, and they're slowly going to beat their way back. However, I don't think it's honestly going to matter, because the Soviets are finally about to finish this encirclement, and we're going to call it the Bobruska or Gomel encirclement. Boy, oh boy, the Hungarians are desperately trying to get their tanks out. The Germans are desperately trying to get their divs out, but the thing is, the Soviets are attacking further down the line, and they're about to finish the encirclement. And here you have it. This is the biggest encirclement yet in this game. The Soviets have just encircled roughly what looks like 50 Axis divisions, and there is no shot that the Axis is getting those divisions back. The Soviets, with their tempo and with their tanks and their air superiority, are able to just push past this. They're able to take tiles on the German part of the front to ensure that there's no chance for those Germans to fight their way back down the line. And here you have it. This is a massive loss to the miners. All 4 Hungarian tanks are in this pocket. We're looking at 8 Romanian special forces in this pocket, which they're all about to lose. And then another 30, 40 German divisions, which are just gone. They're just dead. There's nothing they can do about this. Now, sure, there's some
Yeah.
Spanish tanks here on the line near Pinsk, but they're not going to have enough to push through. It's not going to happen. Ah,
2 million dead Germans, and it's just going up.
Consta
There's
says...
no way they can replace these losses.
Nah, there's
Ever.
not. Consta says this is the Babushka encirclement because Babushka can move faster than those infantry divisions.
Yes.
There you have it, folks. There you have it. Oh, man. Nah, this is looking horrible. And what's the debuff right now? They haven't really fixed the Atlantic Wall debuff yet, but are they planning
Yeah,
anything?
another encirclement in the south, another 4 divisions dead.
You know what's even worse, by the way, for this Axis? Yeah, Germany is out of manpower. They're deleting divisions right now to free up manpower. But the worst part for this Axis is that if you look at the UK, the Allies are not even close to thinking about D-Day, and they're just getting their asses handed to them. I mean, granted, the Allies did well. They did win North Africa in the end, and they're currently beating their way back into the Pacific Islands. But normally, to be fair, normally it would matter because these games can easily go to 43, but I don't see this game continuing for another 10 minutes. All the Soviets have to do is clean up. By the way, the Babushka pocket is officially 63 divisions, so that's a massive loss to the Germans.
Yeah, well, that's their entire tank force as well.
No, they still have some Spanish volunteer tanks in the very center, but yeah, 4 tanks are not going to make it or break it against the entirety of the Soviet Union, who currently boast 26 tank or 36 tank divisions, if not more, 46 actually with the light tanks.
Yeah.
Oh boy, oh boy. Oh no, never mind. Sorry, there are still 2 Vichy French tank divisions in the north as well. Those are definitely going to make the difference.
Germany seems to be making the same mistake over and over again. He's going, there's a hole, push a couple divisions in. Tanks come in, encircle it. Those divisions die. Repeat.
Oh, there you go. Finland is done for. So that is Finland out, and Toast, who was playing Finland, has disconnected as well.
Yeah.
So I think he just accepted his death and decided to move on with life, which, fair enough, we can understand. We don't we don't mind that. It's perfectly understandable. I mean,
3 million German dead.
Oh my god. Well, I bet you that after the Axis cleared out France, they were like, you know what? I think we've got a shot. I think we can actually do this. And in Africa, they were holding, so they were like, guys, don't worry, there's something in this. Then they saw Japan taking islands, and they're like, guys, don't worry, we have a shot. And then North Africa got steamrolled, and they walked into the Soviets, who actually figured out how to research and queue up tank divisions. And I think that's just where the fun ended.
Yeah.
By the way, the Soviets right now are on 240 factories and tanks, which is a very normal number in Oak, by the way. It's nothing crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, man. What's their stockpile like? While actively fighting and creating new divisions, they also have a 1.5k tank stockpile.
Yeah, I don't think they're losing that many tanks.
They're getting 40 a day. On top of the fact that they're probably not losing many, except for attrition in the center, because they are currently going through marshes in the winter.
Yeah, Soviets have only lost 4k tanks.
I mean, it's not a big number, but I didn't expect for them to lose many more either. Like, and most of those losses, I'm gonna guess, are also not even combat losses, right?
50-50.
Oh,
Combat
50-50.
attrition.
Yeah, that's bad. That's bad.
Yeah, well, Germany. Germany has lost. Well, the Axis has lost 271k infantry equipment, 65k horse.
6 million men.
65k horse equipment.
Wait, 65,000 horses?
Yes.
Dude, he just murdered, like, they massacred the entirety of Europe's horse population, man. What the fuck?
Yep. And 30k support equipment.
I think Attila the Hun just rolled over in his grave.
Yeah. 14k special equipment.
I mean, the special equipment is not that crazy, because you do tend to lose that a lot. Besides special forces, you know, it's what it is.
But the fact that Germany has 0 special forces and they've lost that much.
Yes, but Romania has an insane amount.
Yeah, true. That just shows you Romania's losses.
Yeah, I mean, Romania did lose, what was it? 10 special forces divisions, and that was after they had been fighting with them for quite a while. And look at that. This is, I mean, you know, I don't want to call it prematurely, but this is 100% over. If you just look at the fact that the Soviets just broke through east of, or west of Baranowice, they're about to beeline it for Königsberg, which is going to result in a pocket in Courland. They're just going to mop that up, and they're just going to methodically destroy this axis. And honestly, I want to give props to the Axis. I thought their infantry-only strategy was a little insane. If it had been executed a little better, I think we would have seen them go further into the Soviet Union. But even then, I'm impressed at the fact that they actually made it work. Especially because a lot of these players are playing Oak for the very first time. Especially on the TM community team. They won the coin toss of who got to pick what faction. They ended up picking, or their team leader ended up picking the Axis. And I was curious what they were going to come up with. Well, that's rest in peace to the Allies. Duchy and East got capped. But yeah, no, I don't know. I was expecting something interesting, but honestly, I wouldn't have been surprised if they died in France. And I'm impressed by the fact that they clapped France, were able to hold on to Africa for as long as they did, and the fact that Japan is actually doing pretty well. Like, the US definitely has its work cut out for it. Did it take back Wake? Yes, it did. But in exchange for Wake, they lost the Dutch East Indies. Although, oh, never mind. They're about to lose, or rather, they're about to decap it again, because they still had a bunch of divisions sitting in ports in the Dutch East Indies. And the weird thing is, they haven't moved an inch against the Raj, not an inch.
Yeah, that is like.
They are reinvading Wake. Is it going to work?
Well, the US fleet's there. No.
No, the US, he didn't have any garrisons in there.
Yeah, didn't have any garrisons there.
Come on, bud. You can't make that mistake. Ah, it looks like the Japanese have finally decided to deploy more airplanes.
Whoop whoop.
Yay! They now have 4K in the field. How many Soviet airplanes? 15K still. Oh yeah, they're just not deploying any extras. They've got 4K in stockpile. The Germans, in the meantime, 7K. For some reason, I have no idea how they managed to get more airplanes in the field, but I don't think it's going to make a single difference.
The thing is, the trades aren't that bloody. It's like 17 to 17-ish.
Yeah, but it's also because the Soviet Air Force actually spread out. Like, they still have 5K planes on Belarus, even though they're no longer in that region. Like, what is this? Few on Finland that don't need to be there. And for some reason, they've decided to trade with less planes than the enemy has. So, of course, the trades are going to be not that bloody. They're just microing their air now. I think you're about to see a few thousand more airplanes in eastern Poland. Yeah, it's already yellow now for the Soviets. I wouldn't be surprised if that changes into green in no time. And there you go, the tanks are back on the move. Are they about to lose a railway gun in Bialystok or not? It's already retreating, I think, so shouldn't do.
Yeah, another German division encircled.
Yep, he's dead too. Very unfortunate. Wait, are they actually pushing out of Brest-Litovsk? Did they... Oh, no, they're just taking the town north of it. I wonder where the railway gun is going. I can't see it. Unit will... Oh, no, it's bugged out. It's dead. Unit will arrive in the province in... Oh, no. Actually, it's moving again now. Oh, no, it got out. Well done, little railway gun. Well done. I wonder how many they've capped from the Germans so far. If any. Because the name will not be profoundly Russian. I haven't spotted any yet. I don't think they've got any... They haven't even assigned a single railway gun to the front lines. They're just manually... Or they have them sitting in, like, important locations, but they're not moving them at the front. At least I'm
and
not
the German
spotting
push...
any.
And the German defenses on the way to Königsberg are collapsing.
Yep, the ones in the south as well. They're doing... Oh, look at that! The Germans, with one of their marine divisions that they converted into tanks, actually managed to encircle some Soviets for a bit there. The Soviets, however, just right-clicked their own tanks into this. However, the Soviets are about to maybe lose 3 tank divisions in the west. Oh, no, there you go. They managed to save it. Well done, Soviets. Well done. That actually looked... there you go. They just counter-encircled the town tank. Yeah, that honestly, that looked a little iffy for there for a second. They could have lost that if the Soviet or the Germans have more damage to do against those tanks. But of course, they don't do any damage, so there is that. But yeah, this is what I'm saying, man. Like Shadow does, like this is the most disrespectful thing. He just leaves his infantry behind, and he's just purely microing the tanks. And there you go. The Schwerer Gustav is now officially in Soviet hands.
Yep. It just makes the defense even more untenable for that short period where they can actually bother to keep this Schwerer Gustav microed.
Unfortunately, this is not an open game, sir. Sorry to tell you.
Yeah.
It's also almost over, so even if it was. 1942. And all of that, well, it's not even the 1942 part, it's the fact that they're literally about to drive into Germany. So the first time we see Soviets in German cores is in a moment when they drive into Königsberg in the very north, because they're about to break that.
Yep.
In the meantime, they have achieved another little encirclement in Romania, another 4 divisions dead. There are no hot joints required, sir. I always like the enthusiasm of people in the Void community. They see a game and they're like, you know what, I'm going to try to join. And I appreciate it. But unfortunately, this is a community event that doesn't take random strangers. Although nobody here is a random stranger. You're all part of the community. All part of the family.
All friends.
Except for Theresa May. I don't like that guy.
Ah, thanks. Oh, the Slovak uprising.
Oh, there you go, boys. And look at that. That's 5 Soviet divisions in the middle of Slovakia. They can now just walk around and take everything. Italy signed an armistice? Yeah. Oh, I hadn't noticed that part.
Yeah, there was no Italian divisions because Italy had to send troops to the Eastern Front.
Oh, dear. Well, it doesn't matter what your naval invasion penalty is, even if it's only minus 10%, when you have no divisions to go up against. And look at that. The Spanish, out of panic, had to send all their tanks to the south. Are you seeing tens of Italian divisions rushing their way south to try and stop this? But I think
Spanish tanks coming in as well, but it doesn't. No.
I mean, what the Allies are just going to do, they're probably just going to sit here, and half of them are going to sort of click fest around Florence, and the other half are just going to sprint south because there's nothing to hold them there. Like, sure, there's like 10 divisions in Palermo, but unless they bring reinforcements in through Taranto, it's done. And there you go. The pride of the fleet for the Italians is dead. Their navy just got destroyed.
And the rest of the fleet just defected.
That's very unfortunate. Very unfortunate indeed. And there you go. We have 6. Is that a German tank I spotted in there, or is this just because they're all on? They're all using the same symbol. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my God, they are just beelining it through here. Do they have air superiority? Yep. 700 cast as well. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. And yeah, the Canadian tanks are just ruining the days of those 11 divisions in that pocket. We got the New Zealanders, Australians, French, and British just running south from Toronto. I think we might see an Italian cap pretty soon.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Italy camps with, by the...
Man, this is a solid feels Batman moment for the Japan player.
Yeah, it is.
It's always the Japan player that gets screwed. Like, they try their best, they actually have a good game, and that's always the game that the Axis decides to nope.
No, I'm out of here.
Oh no, and the German lines are so thin now. I don't know if they deleted divisions, but like they have, what is this, 500 divisions sitting on, or 250 divisions sitting on D-Day, but they only have 1 per tile in the east.
Just the thing, Germany has lost 4.2 million men to the Soviets.
Oh yeah, so they had 7.5 in the field, right? It's now down to 4.7.
Yes.
They also only have 63 divisions left in the east. So if I were the Soviets right now, I would just grab all my tanks and right-click Berlin and just leave it at that. Maybe send 2 down to like Split or somewhere south in Greece, but... Oh man, and that Slovakian uprising is still alive as well. They're about to die though, but that took them way too long. I think the Allies just caused a very welcome distraction here. I mean, sure... The Axis was already going to die, but the Allies just sped it up massively. I don't even know what Italy's surrender progress is like. They must almost be dead.
Italy is 56% towards capitulation.
But will capitulate when it has 0% or less. So they must have some kind of spirit that... I don't know which one it is, but I'm sure that there's a spirit here somewhere that goes... We will not die.
They have Italian Civil War, which means their spirit...
Oh yeah,
never
of
surrender.
course! Oh yeah, of course, it's because the Italians defected.
Yeah, so Italy loses divisions and their navy, but they then can never surrender.
That's a big F. That's a very big F. I'm not sure if it was worth clicking that. I mean, on the one hand, you are delaying the Allies, which is good, but you gotta wonder. Is it worth it? The Germans now down to only 50 divisions in the east. They haven't decided to move their D-Day wall yet. Another invasion in northern Italy. They're trying to naval invade Genoa alongside a land-based attack, and it is actually working. There's a German tank that's about to get caught, or maybe not. No, they're about to make it out, but yeah, Genoa's about to fall.
Yeah, it's also the Germans aren't really building anything now.
I mean, what are they going to build?
Well, they're trying to build Tiger tanks.
If I were them, I would start investing in some wonder weapons to maybe see if we can win this war by bombing New York or something. I don't know. What's the plot of Captain America again? Somebody help me.
Oh, yeah, the Tesseract. They're
there you
stupid. Go. Yeah, Tesseract stupid bombing of all the major US cities.
But guys, don't worry. While the Soviets are, spending blood, sweat, and tears alongside the Allies in Normandy, or not even Normandy, sorry, Italy, Mussolini has just been saved, and the US is about to invade Hawaii. The US is always being useful. 1,600 factories, and what is he doing? He's planned 2 invasions to naval invade Hawaii. Thanks, USA. Very cool.
Thank you. You're doing a great job.
They have 77 divisions. You want to know where all of them are? I can tell you where they're not. Europe.
USA has lost 1 million men to Japan.
Yeah, he's also invested his whole economy now into building special
trains.
Equipment, and no, he's only got 10 factories and trains now.
Oh, he's gone down on trains.
Is he lend-leasing them to anything? Wait, Battle of Berlin? Like, look at this! This dude is literally waiting to invade. Sorry, he's waiting to invade Hawaii and fix the debuff, while the Allies are literally storming Berlin on the one hand and already took Rome on the other.
And Austria.
Yep.
Yeah, it's...
This is a cursed timeline, I can tell you that.
Yeah, when your allies can justifiably say, "Where was the USA Gaming Pact?"
I mean, I'm sure he lent-leased a lot of airplanes to somebody. I was actually checking US lent-lease, but it doesn't look like he's lent-leasing anything.
No, USA has all its own planes.
What is he doing with them? Is he deploying them against Japan or something?
I think so.
Must be, right? Oh, I mean, they're not where the UK airplanes are, which is Italy. And they currently have...
And we get the downfall. Music.
I have never heard that one before!
I think because the game's usually over by
yeah, I don't remember ever. Usually at this point I turn on music and I just kind of vibe with the stream.
Summer offensive.
Don't worry, boys. Steiner's gonna save us. I mean, yeah, they took half their divisions off of the D-Day wall and they put them on the front line again. So who knows?
Yes, summer offensive. Yeah,
you guys got this, boys. Keep on soldiering. Keep on soldiering. In the meantime, all the miners are about to cap because the Soviets are just walking in there as well.
Yep.
Oh dear. I mean, all the allies have to do at this point is just kind of drive up to Vienna, touch tip with the Soviets, and they're done. How are the Soviets doing at the moment? Have they moved up their air yet? Oh my god, do not look at the Soviet air screen.
I'm not going to.
They literally have airplanes everywhere. Also, fun fact, all the German airplanes are currently in Western Poland. Even though there's no fighting there because they already lost it.
Fun fact, Germany is spamming the recruitment of SS troops just to gain manpower.
I mean, look at that. They've got 70k again.
And it's all going to disappear real quick.
I mean, they've only lost like 1 million since I last looked. It's not that dire, surely.
Yeah, only 5.3 million dead Germans.
What's the total number of dead Axis? So the Allies in total have lost. That's not counting France, but counting the losses in France. There goes Romania. They lost 2 million in total, whereas the Axis have lost 10 million in total.
The Free France casualties aren't included in that total.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like the Free French excluded, which they lost like what?
No, they aren't included in that total. So the Allies have lost, including the French casualties, 6 million.
Yeah, no, that's what I said as well. Like I think I said. If I didn't, I misspoke.
You said 2 million.
Yeah, without the Free French.
Yeah.
That's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We both meant the same thing. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
But oh boy, I'm seeing British tanks right now, saving Salzburg from the German threat. We got the Soviets about to drive into Vienna. I think we're going to see Germany cap before Italy. I'm 100% sure we might actually see Germany cap before Italy because I'm assuming that they cannot get into Sicily. No, they cannot.
No.
The entire Italian army is currently in Sicily, and there goes another minor. The only two that are still alive right now are Slovakia and Hungary. I wonder how long that's going to take.
I think they might live longer than Germany.
I have no idea what the German surrender progress is like.
It's currently...
They're standing 40%.
Yeah, 54%.
Like, the Allies are just being held back by Italian divisions in the north. They don't have the numbers. Like, that's the whole problem with the Allies. They just never really had the numbers because they've had to invest so much into Asia.
And here comes D-Day.
No way! Let's go, boys! We
Yeah,
actually saw D-Day this game.
Yeah, he's flooding all his reserve divisions.
Yeah, I can see. Oh yeah, they literally all just moved to the east. Oh, okay. The entirety of France just became Vichy France.
Yep.
How many divs does the UK have? Oh, okay, so the UK invested their whole army into this D-Day landing as well.
Yeah.
They're just gonna rush down Europe as they should.
I think that's the last German tank division encircled in Italy.
Nah, boys, all we have to do is just
Yep.
hold on and we'll win this.
Believe in the Wunderwaffe.
Yeah, all right. I see that a lot of players have already started leaving the lobby, so I think it's very much fair to say.
Slovakia's gone. Hungary's about to go. Yeah, Hungary's left.
Yep. All right. I think it's more than fair to say after they messed up horribly during the tournament, they finally found a way to redeem themselves. And in the first ever Hearts of Iron 4 community clash, which thank you for helping set it up and thank you for co-hosting, Theresa Bay, is won
No problem.
by the Smoky Union, who take out the Theresa Bay community in Game 1, the official Game 1 of the Hearts of Iron 4 community clashes. I gotta say, honestly, I'm glad that we did Oak first. One thing I loved about this broadcast was the stability and the fact that the game was so smooth, man. That was...
Yeah, it is very smooth.
Oh!
And the desync, but I don't care.
Why did I open my mouth? Why did I open my mouth? But yeah, no.
You shouldn't have said anything. It would have been fine if you didn't.
Alright, well, honestly, a big props to the Theresa May guys. I want to thank them. Obviously, I assume some of them will be watching this or maybe even watching live. I want to thank you very much for participating in this first community clash. I hope that we can do... we're talking about doing one of these, at least between these two communities, more often. And hopefully soon we might be able to include other people in this as well.